Zaz is not a Gator?
Yeah, that's so fascinating.
I don't know the answer to that question.
I mean, I know they got Gatorade, but why is Amber sipping the Haterade? She won a national title. Just be happy that your team won.
If my team won a championship, I would welcome everyone on the bandwagon.
You can come on board. Everybody want to roll with the winners. Everybody wants to roll with the winners.
Yeah, not saying he's on the bandwagon, but I would welcome everybody in.
Right, that's the interesting thing. And he went to Florida, and he's not a good enough Gator fan for her. Next one, Pat.
Well, it's kind of in the same vein. I think the college basketball world's officially been put on notice that the SEC is here, and they've invested in college basketball, and they're not going anywhere. I think that they have a strong case that they're going to be the best conference in basketball next season.
Who feels the gut punch the most? What conference? ACC on that one?
Big East. They've been the best conference in basketball over the last 15 years.
Yeah, I think it ends up being the Big East.
I still think
they've won 7 of the last 14 titles. Big East.
That's just UConn has won all of them, basically.
No, Villanova.
That's true. Villanova and UConn. Yeah. Shefty will join us next. We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Evan Cohen here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day. But sometimes when you're traveling for business, you end up staying at a hotel that doesn't offer any. And you know what happens? You grab a cup of coffee and skip the meal entirely. We've all been there. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. And really, who doesn't want to start their day with a fresh, hot waffle? Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Watch the program and talk it over with other friends who have gathered at youtube.com/TMASTL in the Michelob Ultra chat. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, Doug. And this guy went on a heater on the Spread Zone podcast. On Sweet 16 weekend, he went 11-1.
Really?
Final Four weekend, he went 4-0. And yesterday, this guy told you, take Florida and the over. Did the over cover?
No.
No. Well, either way, he still did great.
Okay, nice going. Thank you.
16-2 is what this guy did. This guy's a sharp on Hoop Rock?
Yeah, did the best I could. Saw the board well. And it looked like it might have been danger last night, but the Gators are resilient. And even though the over didn't cover, the 1.5 covered by the half point. Got scared there that Houston was going to middle it. And
middle it?
Lose by 1. Oh. So cover but lose.
Ah.
It was close there.
I bet Florida -1. So what we had on Spread Zone was 1.5?
I thought it was 1.5. I thought that was what the spread was. That might have been 1. But either way.
Doug, numbers move.
Okay. If you could go 16-2 every weekend, you could retire in short order.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't get the exposure and the chance to interact with audience members who are not happy this morning because we brought up the college basketball national championship game ahead of the Blues losing last night in Winnipeg, Doug.
Well, the basketball is the lead, LEDE.
Oh, wow. Controversial host, and Doug forming an alliance with Jackson.
Yeah,
Martin, keep an eye on it. You're on the Davenport.
Man. Well, especially since the Blues is kind of a bummer, and the basketball was such a
lead based on
game.
what you like. If the Blues won, would the Blues have been the lead?
It would have been closer, but I'd still say no. When you're crowning a champion in a major sport, that's a lead over just another regular season game.
Those even boys were in the gym in August.
So when the Celtics lose to the Thunder, it'll be the lead.
Celtics, no, probably not. Well, it depends on what else is going on. And in this case, it feels like the basketball is the lead.
Martin, I know you monitor Puck Monkey closer than anybody.
Yeah.
Did
it go down a little bit?
Yeah, it went down materially, actually. To 96.5%.
Oh, wow.
The Flames won last night. Comeback.
3 goals in the third period.
They had to come back against the Sharks. And kind of like as the Cardinals found out, nobody's playing better than the Pirates. The only person maybe playing better, those Sharks. And the Sharks had to blow it in the third period for the Flames to win. And so the Flames now move up to 12.8% to make the playoffs. Wild at 90.9%, Blues at 96.5%. I actually do think if you weren't going to talk college basketball to start, what is intriguing, and Matt and I were talking about this coming into the studio this morning, is the Dylan Holloway situation. And was what we saw last night from the Blues indicative of how much his situation could hurt their play? Now, overall, the team has been playing a bunch of games. You're playing against the best team in the league in their building. It would certainly be understandable to have an off night. Not a lot of shots on goal on that one, but I thought what Jeremy Rutherford tweeted out following the game was of note, and I don't know how many people saw it because you probably were bouncing around and watching all of the festivities last night with the Cardinals, Pirates, Blues, Jets, and Houston and Florida. But this is what JR tweeted out following the game. The Blues looked a little worn out tonight, like the run has taken a bit of a toll on them. The bigger problem isn't the loss. It's moving forward without Holloway, whose injury sounds like it could keep him out a while. Blues said Holloway's doc visit wasn't what they wanted to hear. If it were 1 week, even 2 max, Blues likely would have listed him day-to-day. In 20 years covering the team, you may not get an exact timetable on an injury, but you get a sense talking to people when it's significant. Unfortunately, it sounds like JR's read is this could be significant for the gentleman who instructs people to take their shirts off.
Oh, and it's a hip injury? He got slammed into the boards. They're not even telling us that, though, right? Lower body?
That's all you need to know, Doug.
Okay, I'd like to know more. Yeah, that's a big loss. They did face the best defensive team in the league last night. I mean, they only put 14 shots on net, which is not many, and you're not going to win a lot. But Winnipeg's a darn good team, maybe the best in the league, as you said, 53, 21, and 4 on the year. They're having a fantastic season. So to think that even with the full complement of players, that you're going to go up there and get a win would be tough.
Take your shirt off.
And without one of your best forwards, it's tougher, obviously.
Did your playoff percentage for the Blues appearing in the Stanley Cup playoffs change with last night's results in Manitoba and San Jose?
No, it remains at 98.5%.
98.5.
What about the worry factors? Bradley Doolittle have a worry factor list?
Worry factor.
Worry factor. I'd say my worry factor went up just a tick. You got 3 games to go. Doug, you win one of those. The Vaughn Index, I would guess, would be around 95. If you win one of your remaining 3.
I'd have to do the math before I just told you that.
So if they win one more, what would the Vaughn Index be?
If they win one more from where they are now, it would be...
There's that little gerbil.
It would be 94, 95. It would be 95.
Okay. And then Calgary, 5 games to go.
Mm-hmm.
If they win 3.
If they win 3, they would get 6 more, but they'd be 93.
Okay, so they'd come up short. So if you win 1, but what if they go 4-1? Then it might matter whether they win in regulation or not. So it could get really messy. And this one, Federico said, "Oh, just stop it. Just stop it. Just watch the game. See what happens." But I'd say you got to be just a little worried. I mean, they won 12, and didn't it suck? You won 12 in a row, and you're over here going, I think we're okay.
Yeah, that's what it took. After that loss in Pittsburgh a couple weeks ago, we thought, well, this is likely over. They're not going to do it. They'd have to go on an incredible streak.
Not you. You were at 98% the whole time.
Right, and I'll be darned if they didn't go on a franchise record streak. So they're going to get in.
You got Seattle, you got Utah, I think.
Yep.
Blues are done. Cardinals are trash. City can't score a goal. Welcome to St. Louis, Doug. That's the total package. And he's not necessarily not happy with us, but he's just not happy with the sports landscape. Battlehawks are 2-0.
They won 12 in a row. They lost on the road to perhaps the best team in the league, and now they're done? That doesn't seem fair.
Braden Sheen.
You wouldn't like that.
I had a friend of mine text me yesterday. He said, not into hyperbole, but it feels like the Cardinals season is slipping away. And I said, well, I don't know that I'm going to argue the point. 4-6, yeah.
That's tough to watch.
Why do you hate
bad pitching?
Right.
Because it means you lose most of your games.
They announced the crowd in Pittsburgh at 8,250.
Looked like a pony.
82, and I heard Rudy on the radio goes, there are not 8,250 in the crowd. He said that is the paid attendance.
I wonder if he'll make that observation this weekend. You can get involved making observations, usually kind of critical of maybe one of us or all 5 of us, I suppose. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. You can call into the program, Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Then you got that YouTube chat where friends have gathered, 131, just sitting there talking it over, like Chairman Kurt is in there, I see. And DJ Patty Cakes, John Scores, MD 2020, Six Paths, Gateway to the South, and Doug, one of your favorites, Bill's Holes.
Oh, no, I'm not sure he's one of my favorites.
He says the Holloway injury couldn't have come at a worse time, such a Blues thing to happen. That's Bill's Holes.
Well, that's true, but it's a big part of hockey. I mean, it happens every year where you get bad injuries. It's just, you know what I like to say, Tim? Next man up.
Wow, hold on a second. What'd you say?
Next man up. And in this case, they happen to have Snuggerud ready to go. So, you know, they did the best job they possibly could. They had a good guy available, at least, to fill in. So that's the plus side. But it does hurt because he's been one of their best forwards all year.
And I was actually looking forward to them going to Edmonton and Broberg and Holloway being on the ice this late in the year. That's the Wednesday night game in Edmonton. And I thought, boy, they're really going to be hopping mad now. Here are those traitors. They left. And now we're not going to get to see Holloway. It doesn't sound good. Even when they said week to week, I don't know how often a team says that. Week to week.
Yeah, that's a different kind of term. And
So
JR with the read on his Twitter tweets making the observation. Not only was the team looking a little gassed, which also you have to credit Winnipeg, but that perhaps it's indicative of the Holloway situation. And then he makes the observation that he thinks that this might be a longer-term situation than the team's letting on. Now, Martin and I, both loyal Curbside podcast listeners, as I rolled up on Martin with pantyhose
I was
on my head.
startled getting out of my car.
Yeah, well, I wear pantyhose on my head.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, and some
Just
people are
to
like,
stay warm.
just to stay warm. Some people think I'm going to burglarize, but it's just to stay warm when it's freezing on April 8th.
Yeah, I don't care who says it isn't.
And one of the little tidbits there at the end, as you may have heard, Martin, was Cam Jansen, who made the trip, talking with Chris Kerber about the possibility of Colton Parayko being back soon, as in real soon. Not talking about a week from now or even the Stanley Cup playoffs, but kind of hinting that might be coming during this road trip. Not to say that it is, but that, of course, would be a kick in the backside.
Oh, yeah, that'd be huge to have him. It'd be absolutely huge. You're going to miss Holloway, though, for sure. But again, I bet practically every team in the league, at least every team going to the playoffs, has got somebody hobbled that they wish they had. So it's just part of the deal.
I thought the encouraging thing last night, they looked like they didn't have much, which you knew was coming at some point, right? A little flat, whatever you want to call it. 15 shots. They were just didn't muster a whole lot, and yet the game was still there to be won.
Yes.
I mean, they didn't play great, but they still were right there against this great team. Could be a playoff preview, and I think a lot of them said this felt kind of like a playoff game where it was tight. So I'm encouraged, Doug. I'm not going to give in to the negativity.
Don't.
And on top of it all, at 10 a.m., we have a delightful guest who remains unnamed.
That's a surprise guest.
Jackson, how do you feel about this one, buddy boy?
Jackson knows about it, Doug. Jackson knows.
I can't speak too much about it because
Hockey guest. That means hockey guest.
I don't know
Don't too much.
I know, but I don't know much about the person.
Okay.
So, and I think I gave away.
Jim Montgomery.
I'll be done.
I think I did too much.
It's a blues player. He
Frank
doesn't
Sheen.
know much about it.
I hyped up the last guest probably too much. It was probably bad promo.
Got it, Keith Kachuk out of nowhere.
That's impossible to say. That's impossible to say. When I
don't wanna
said
mess with him.
I said he was a Mount Rushmore guest on the show.
Hey, shut up,
You
idiot.
just said you hyped him up too much.
Because I did. Well, I built him.
No further questions.
There's just no way for me to win here, so I'm going to eject.
I
You
think
went 14-2 in pick six. Or spread zone. Whatever
that's
the
a
hell we're
W.
calling it.
I think based on Big Walt's performance, you didn't oversell it. Now, he's been a frequent guest,
Sure,
so
yeah.
there's the less of a surprise. But then he brought the heat.
He did.
And I think that more than made up for it. So today, I get it. If you want to stand down, I'm going to say the enjoyment factor. I'll just go Tim and Doug. I'll leave you out of it. I got it at 9 out of 10.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
So it is a hockey guest.
Didn't say that.
Oh,
We picked up a read, though.
okay. If not a hockey guest, an older guy.
Nice, Doug.
Why would you say that?
Because Jackson doesn't know much about him.
Had Butch Patrick on the show. So we've had some
He's-
younger
was he,
people.
24, 25?
Cal May's been on the show.
You know,
29.
Pronger.
I'm going to go 99. Fresh off the Ovechkin weekend.
really?
Yep, 99.
Boy, that'd be a big
Now
get.
Tim set the bar a little high.
Doug, it's not 99.
No, I wouldn't think so.
This game is no fun. They go, oh my God, is it Clooney? We got Tiger Woods. Oh, okay. Now it's no. All right, now move on.
All right. Well,
I like when the audience guesses because then it gives me ideas.
Nate in Tallahassee, Martin has never been happy with anyone on the show, but at least to his credit, he's been listening forever and texting in his observations for, I think, about a decade. Your surprise guests are not good. You just call them surprise guests because they're not good enough to keep people listening.
okay,
That's
blocking.
Nate.
Blocking.
Well, I would feel bad or hurt if I thought there was a hint of truth, but Nate, is that the name, Nate?
Nate, and he's in Tallahassee, and Doug can't tell if it's in the Panhandle or not.
Well, I think it is. It's the
think so?
very beginning of the Panhandle.
I-10?
Yeah.
Nate, not only are you angry, you're wrong.
Wow!
You're wrong.
Today is the day. I thought Butch Patrick was the day, but
Thank you.
today will be the day.
I've enjoyed every single one of them.
Absolutely.
Scissor Me Timbers says he knows, and he says it's Eli Marrero for sure. Doug,
Oh,
you remember
really?
Eli
The
Marrero?
outfield,
Boy, he was a batting practice clinician. Danny Padre, and this is surprising. He's up this early because I'm sure the boys didn't get into Edmonton.
He doesn't
until
play
early.
with them, Tim.
He says Calgary has such a favorable schedule in terms of like off days, and their tough games left are at home. That's from Dad. DBA Daddy Padre.
Okay, so let's just give up. Let's just give up. We just won 12 in a row with the hottest team in the league. But I'll tell you what, let's just give up because we don't win every single game.
I think, Doug, you dismiss a lot of Daddy Padre's takes because he's reloading the vending machine with some handicap fries, and you're taking away his hockey acumen.
It could be.
Daddy likey Dougie.
Oh, that was him.
That's from inside the room.
Him.
Sounds a little like Holloway.
I like those handicap fries. Those are tasty.
Good for you.
Hot fries? Oh, yeah.
I don't believe I've ever had any.
I don't think you would like them.
Andy Cap fries?
You haven't seen him?
It's like
blue bag?
Yeah.
He's kind of a cartoon character.
He looks like Sherlock Holmes a little bit, cartoon, and they make hot fries.
I remember the Andy Cap in the funny papers.
Right. So it's the same character, but...
And there's French fries in a vending machine?
They're potato chips, but they're shaped like French fries.
Oh, okay.
They were around a long time ago. I thought this had been... Well, then again, Doug's health kick might have kicked in back then.
I don't eat fries out of vending machines. Sorry.
This is years ago.
I know that's a weird take.
Daddy Padre following up directly from, I guess, the airport in Alberta. He says, I would feel better about our chances if I was in net, but I can't say that with our other tenders in net. So he would feel better about the Blues getting through the Oil and the Kraken and the Utah Hockey Club.
If he were to play an NHL game, they'd score 20 goals off of him.
Do you think that's the over-under? 19 and a half?
Doug, if you played
maybe not quite that high if you're getting really down to it, but it'd be 15 maybe.
Yeah. Doug, if you played an entire NHL game tomorrow and they had 30 shots.
As goalie?
Yeah, how many would get in? Probably 28?
Probably so.
One or two.
You get hit by some of them, yeah. Not many.
I was thinking, I don't know if you boys, how many people were watching it. I know at the most it was 3 other people in the room. There's not a doubt in my mind about that. After Winnipeg had that, Doug, would you call it glorious scoring opportunity with the Blues net empty, about 30 seconds left? Mm-hmm. And then no fast-paced action. Fowler clears the puck, and Buchnevich has a truly glorious scoring opportunity on Hellebuyck's in net. And I guess it was just a brutal angle because that struck me as the moment to tie that thing last night at 2. But then you see with Hellebuyck and just like Daddy Padre, his commanding presence in the net.
It's not like Daddy Padre.
There's just no room to get to pass the guy. Mm-hmm. And as Jim Montgomery said following the game, I mean, that's the Vezina Trophy winner. And with I think it was 23 seconds left when Buchnevich had what you would call a glorious scoring
they had their
opportunity.
shot. Buchnevich scored the only Blues goal, but he also gave away the puck that led to the Jets' go-ahead goal there in the third period. They were kind of bottled up in their own zone, and he mishandled the puck and led to a goal.
Hellebuyck has great career numbers against the Blues, but at the same time, he has some pretty pedestrian playoff numbers. So, Doug, I would say something has to give if these two are to meet in the first round. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on that team once they get in. They've been great. Remember, they started red hot. Everybody's saying how great they are, but everybody is also saying, they'll be asked a million times by the Canadian media, well, what are you going to do in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Is this year get over the hump? And that's been a problem for them for a long time.
You're welcome to get involved with your thoughts. Design Air, sponsor of our email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at approximately 10:45. John Kelly will be joining us coming up at approximately 8:15. No, Jackson does not. 8:30.
8:30 with John Kelly.
And then a surprise guest that is a 9 out of 10 at 10 o'clock. But Nate in Tallahassee says it will not be good. And Kwame Voyoukas IV, and I don't know if Nate in Tallahassee and Kwame Voyoukas IV are in an alliance, but he says Nate is right. So,
I remember
you've been sideways with Kwame Voyoukas IV before, I believe.
I forget why, but that sounds familiar. I think it was week 3 at the broadcast center. They said, when booking a surprise guest, make sure everyone is happy that's texting into the show.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
week 3?
I know. So now I feel like I had to redo week 3.
Yeah, you got to take that class.
And then they said what you do when you got like a great song. You got a little Queens ride. You talk right up until they start the lyrics. A little music bed. You let them know what the time and temp is. You say, rock on.
That's what you do. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of the program, online at brownandcrouppen.com. Grateful for their support, and we ask you to support the sponsors. That's how the program's been around for 20-plus years. Go to brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222. Founded in St. Louis, proud to be from St. Louis and taking care of St. Louisans. It's Brown and Crouppen. Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Hermann. brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. Support the sponsors. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, when Missouri makes the NCAA tournament and inevitably doesn't really go very far, the highlight for Missouri fans is, number one, when Kansas loses, and then that half a second when Missouri appears in the one shining moment.
I missed it last night.
It was the running three-pointer from, who was that guy?
Bennett Sturts.
Bennett Sturts. That's what I thought it was. Who's now a member of Iowa, just like Ben McCullum. And that was the appearance in one shining moment for the Tigers.
Well, it was worth it.
Amen.
Well, when Missouri can go down to Florida and win on the Gators' home hardwood, and then the Gators go on to win the national title, it does mean that Missouri is the best team in the country.
That's correct.
Perhaps uncrowned, but the best team.
Good for you for saying that.
Football beat Ohio State a year in advance.
That's right.
You guys beat Florida a couple months ago.
Planting seeds.
That's right. Thank you, Martin, for acknowledging. So Missouri is the unofficial national champion for 2025 because of the win in Gainesville.
Yeah.
Like UCF was that one year. Remember that? They were printing up national championship shirts.
Was Danny White the AD?
I don't know. Who's
Like the weirdest thing.
player?
Yeah, I was like, you guys didn't win anything.
What a fitting sequence last night to an underwhelming tournament in terms of competitive games and buzzer beaters. I realize it had 4 number ones in the tourney, but it lacked close games and buzzer beaters that have given March Madness its moniker. Cue Jackson's rage. That's from the Hoosier Trojan Horse.
Cue Tom Hardy Mad Max meme. That's bait. That was what we call rage bait right there.
Rage bait.
Tom Hardy Mad Max meme, or is that a GIF?
It's a GIF. You're right.
And Jackson is recognizing it as bait, and therefore you're not going to engage the Hoosier Trojan Horse?
No, it's nonsense.
Nonsense.
I think we had.
I would like to have seen Houston get a shot off.
for sure, but I think
so would Kelvin Sampson.
yeah, I think in a way it was kind of like a defensive buzzer beater. Like the defensive play was so good to stop it that it was kind of. Although obviously I would have liked to see Houston get a shot off as well. And if he just pump fakes there instead of going up for a shot, he probably does get a shot off and maybe makes it for an all-time moment.
Doug, do you call him Ian Eagle or Ian Eagle?
Ian.
All right, here is his call of the final seconds of last night's national championship game as the Gators defeat the Rockets.
All right.
/ Cougars.
Okay.
National championship is in the balance. 13 seconds left. Florida leads it by 2. Uzan gonna go. Uzan, give it up. Cryer, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Sharp. He walked. He can't touch it. He can't. 1 second. And it's over. Florida is back on top of the college basketball world. Championship madness. It's a great day to be a Gator. They win the national title.
It has to be one of the strangest endings where a guy literally can't touch the ball, looking around for his teammates. I don't know if I've ever seen a game end like that.
I don't think I have.
Let alone a championship game.
I don't like it to end like that because that's gonna stick with him.
I feel so
life.
Emmanuel Sharp. I feel so bad for him.
And if you recall, at the 31-second mark, he dribbled the ball off his knee or leg, and it went out of bounds and back to Florida.
Yep.
Brutal. Yeah. Kelvin Sampson, the look on his face, it was almost like an angry parent is what it looked like. That may not be fair. He might just have been in shock, but it looked like an angry parent. And then I was curious what he would say in the postgame if, he would soften it, I suppose. And he said, no, it was incomprehensible. We couldn't get shot off in our last 2 possessions, which was both Shaw. Here is Kelvin Sampson following the loss.
Yeah, I'm just going through those last 2 possessions more than anything else. It's incomprehensible in that situation. We couldn't get a shot. Got to get a shot. We're down 2, and obviously we didn't need a 3. But, with Emmanuel, we were struggling to score the entire second half. But, give Florida credit, too. I'm not going to sit up here and poor mouth and pity mouth us. We held that team to 65 points,
Well,
Doug, you probably had a problem with
great
the
edit at the end.
Wow.
You didn't even know.
All right, no.
Mr. Sampson, anything
seriously.
else you wanted to add?
Because if I let that go for another 30 seconds, which would have been the proper out, then you'd be like, oh, it's so long. Oh, give it so much time. It'll take forever. We can't win.
We like to critique the editing more than what the guys said.
Jackson, it's a 4-hour show. I mean, man talks for 30 more seconds. We can't hear it.
Dougie's defeated. He is defeated. I saw this look in the first few days of Balloon Party in 2022, and it's back.
You got the meat. You got what he. It was all he kept saying was about like how good Florida is.
Almost channeled a little bit of Ron Washington. It's like, not my fault. Not my fault at all.
Just can't win.
Well, I thought the Florida defense was extended. Like usually you'd see a team passing around the perimeter.
Yeah.
They were hounding them
all game
on the perimeter, and I was impressed because we always talked about Houston's D. Florida, like even the ball that Sharp dribbled off his leg, Florida got in there, got a hand, and knocked it off his leg. They were hounding them.
Calvin Sampson's the worst. The national championship game was terrible. Enough said. Basketball sucks.
Gosh.
From the Dover Soul.
More bait.
That's more bait?
It's all bait.
Basketball
not
sucks.
falling for it. If you look at that final play, the only player below the free throw line, and you're down 2. The only player below the free throw line is the guy in the corner waiting for a 3. There was all the other 4 players were up around the perimeter, clogging it up. Like if you're Jawan Roberts, get down low for a steal. Yeah, or go quicker.
But nobody posts up anymore. It's always they're setting screens.
Yeah.
They're moving around the perimeter, trying to free up, rub off a guy, free somebody. Anybody just post up?
I know. And
mouse in the house?
Big mouse in the house. But, attack the basket. You're such a good offensive rebounding team, Or if you're going to shoot a 3, you got to go. I hate that sometimes teams wait so late to get a shot up. Yeah. When you're that good an offensive rebounding team, go, go, go. He walked the ball up the floor. L.J. Cryer.
Mm-hmm. We also had the Florida deflection, although Florida should have grabbed that ball when it went out of bounds.
Yeah, right.
But you're talking about multiple times defensively where they came up huge. It's just not as exciting as a viewer as a big bucket.
Yeah.
I thought for sure Houston was going to win that game. The whole game, I thought Houston's going to win. They're getting more easy baskets. They're more athletic. Florida was getting almost nothing out of Clayton, especially the first half.
Oof, yeah.
He wasn't just not his usual self. He was bad. He hurt the Gators, throwing these blind, over-the-head passes to nobody. And I didn't like his body language when they introduced him at the start of the game. He's just kind of sitting there, splayed on the chair, like nothing going on here, like he was too cool for school. I thought he was just terrible in the first half, and I thought they're not going to win without him.
Right.
And he kind of kicked it into gear there late in the second half.
He hit a huge 3 with about 2 minutes left, and then that closeout that made Manuel Sharp almost double dribble was all him.
Yeah. Yeah. If you had said that Clayton Jr. is going to get 11 points, I would have thought Florida will never win.
Agreed.
If you're Kelvin Sampson, you've been doing this so long, like your whole rest of your life, you're just thinking about that game, thinking about final possessions. I didn't realize Majerus in 98 and Utah, they led Kentucky by 12. They put up a graphic of like the biggest leads blown in the national championship game. That Utah team.
Yeah, Keith Van Born.
Up by 12 on, was that Tubby Smith?
Tubby Smith?
98. Maybe Saul Smith was on the team.
I think Saul Smith was on the team. Nicely done. Very nice. Your thoughts on Saul Smith? 314-974-0101.
Maybe he's calling it
0101. Saul Smith not calling in now, though. Baldwin Beer Bitch is, and she's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. She always likes to talk it over with you, Doug.
All right. We'll be happy to chit-chat. Hello, Baldwin.
Hey, boys. Oh, that's not the greeting I was expecting.
Doug cleaned it up for you.
I've cleaned it up.
Okay. Well, thank you for taking my call. Hopefully you can hear okay. I'm in the car right now. I normally don't call in the car, but
we hear you just fine.
People have called us from the car before.
I know it's a novelty. Speaking of, Tim, I'm in the market for a new car, and I'm just curious what you drive, because whatever you drive is probably what I'm
wow.
Stop it.
That's exactly right. That's
my left ear.
I have a wide variety of cars.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you gotta.
It's Doug describes it as a fleet. That's what he says. I drove the Bentley in today with 22-inch rims, and they're spinning, Doug. They really are.
And you were actually the one driving today.
Well, I have the little extenders like Emmanuel Lewis did, so he could get around during Webster.
Okay.
Yeah, these little stilts that hit the pedals.
Stilts for the pedals.
Yeah, otherwise I couldn't reach. because I have to have the booster to see over the dashboard.
Well, yeah.
And then the little
pincer-friendly wheel.
Pincer-friendly wheel.
Jackie, I think the Triple B likes the hoop rock because of the Billikens, right?
Well, I didn't really watch a whole lot last night, to be honest. I fell asleep on the couch by like 8:45. But speaking of Jackson, I'm not normally one to hold you accountable, but I was kind of disheartened by your comments yesterday. You said you looked down on mid-majors, and I just want to know, do you still feel that way after Chris May walked in and gave you a Lou jersey?
Yeah.
Huh. Wow.
I believe, if my memory serves me correct, and it often does, that I was what they call goofing around.
Oh, okay.
And
what they call.
No, I don't necessarily look down upon the mid majors. However, I think everyone needs to know their place.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Well, I can live with that. So, hey, I just got a couple things I want to get to. I'm about 10 minutes out from the work parking lot.
Oh, sure.
So
well, by all means, use a ball 10 on us.
Doug, I am really annoyed at your channel. Last Wednesday, they were calling for tornadoes and thunderstorms all day and severe storms, and everyone was canceling plans left and right. I had so many plans after work canceled, and guess what? Nothing happened. There was sunshine at 6 p.m., and Steve T wasn't even on the channel. It was some other frauds covering for him. Okay. But I don't know. I'm just curious what you think about your channel hyping.
I don't work there and haven't in 3.5 long years. And when I did work there, I wasn't in the weather department.
What did you lead with last night, Doug?
I wasn't there.
What would you have led with?
Basketball.
Oh, really?
It is so awesome that Doug Vaughn has come out to television.
Oh, gosh.
I'm just starting to think that people are predicting severe storms just for ratings.
Well,
maybe over there.
They do want you to be prepared when conditions are right to possibly cause a severe storm. They want to warn you that it could happen.
Yeah, I have an honest answer about this. I like to mock and make fun of everything, and I complain about everything as well. I do think it's tricky when they'll say there's severe weather forecast, and then in your neighborhood, my neighborhood, we're like, hey, nothing happened. I'm outside barbecuing. And then 40 miles away, there's a tornado, or 50 miles away, there's a severe storm. So I do think there are times when it kind of misses the general corridor, we call it, Doug.
Right. When the storms hit 2 weeks ago, nothing happened to my house.
Right.
Other people got leveled.
Well,
does that mean nothing happened?
I think that's the challenge sometimes in the predicting business.
All right, that's fair. I'll give it to you, Martin. And you know what?
But no, that does not let Channel 4 off the hook.
No, or me.
Those scoundrels should be held accountable. And in fact, in your 10 minutes, I would swing by the 4 Fox and just kind of hop out front and make some noise.
I did just pass them. I should have done that. And you know what, Martin? I'm glad you said that because you've been tuning into your Sunday night sportscast because Doug's taken 3-week vacations. He's not even on anymore.
For heaven's sakes.
Steve Savard called that
nicked again.
Savard was not happy with you.
Yes, he was not.
I never took a 2-week vacation the entire time I worked there.
I was 3.
I never did.
I heard Doug took 12-week paternity leaves every time he had a kid.
Yeah, that was right.
I'd get like an hour and a half.
On lunch break.
And now my son at Boeing got like 3 months. He's off 3 months when he had a child. I was off like an hour and a half. Can you get back here for the 5? It's many Christmas.
That's why those helicopters cost $4 billion. Everybody's got a 3-month leave.
Okay, well, hey, this is the real reason I called in. So I was PLTDing the last few days. I was a little behind, and I heard this Real Housewives of TMA topic brought up, and I just have 2 questions. Is there a geographic boundary for participants? So, like, if I'm west of 270 but east of 141, am I still eligible to be a supporting character, maybe?
Wow.
I think so.
You think that's... I know for this audience, which, Doug, you've described as well-heeled.
I have, yeah.
Does west of 270 count as the central corridor?
Oh, I think Chesterfield would be central corridor.
All right, so it sounds like Doug would let you into the program.
I'm eligible? Okay.
Yeah,
the other eligibility question I have is, so I did give I gave it away. I'm on the way to work, so I'm married for love, not necessarily money, so I'm not really a housewife. Is that okay?
Oh, wow.
It's unusual.
Yeah.
I guess it's okay. We're going to give you a go-ahead on that as well.
Yeah, you're more blue-collar meat and potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty white-collar, but I'll take it, so... but you know what? I really would like to get just on at least one episode. I want to make an alliance with the lipstick lass. I haven't heard from her in a while. I think was that in June of 2023, Tim?
I think it was June of 2023. We were doing the TMA day at the ballpark, And Jackson, who at the time I don't think you were a man in love at the time.
I was not.
And Ken Iggy Strode, who probably is in the YouTube chat, took a picture, I guess, of her.
Correct.
As she just walked past and sent it to Jackson. And then as it turned out, she was a TMA listener, which was startling, number one, that there was one. And number two, even more shocking, that she was female. And then she would text into the program, very attractive lass, and you said you would like to go out with her.
No, I said I would like to start an alliance, but we can go out too. That's okay.
Did you hear that part right there?
You're just going to go shopping or something.
I just feel like, part of those shows is you have to have, first of all, groups of three are always dangerous, as you saw on White Lotus with the three Cougars, because with a group of three, two of them are always going to side together and one's going to feel on the outside. So maybe I need to expand my alliance, but I'd like it to be Lipstick Lass. And Jackson, there was I don't want to give out her government name, but she was in your Mizzou Drake live YouTube feed, and she looked very nice. She looked very attractive, and
I'm sorry. Who are you talking about? Who?
I don't want to give the name out on the air. Jackson,
you had a female joining you on your Mizzou Drake YouTube feed?
Tim's asking if there was one.
You're talking about a commenter, right?
Yes. Okay. Her name began with an A and ended with an A.
How did you see her?
Her picture was up on the thing, and then Jackson was taking questions. And it would put their YouTube pictures up there.
I was pretty locked in at the moment.
Was your first question, should I stop rooting for Mizzou? Was that one of your questions during the tournament?
He was a big Mizzou fan, and all the basement incels that were in the YouTube chat were hitting on her and asking her out and stuff.
Maybe that's why the viewership was so high.
Just for the record, Baldwin Beer Bitch, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, who I think is going to be one of the alphas, maybe the Lisa Rinna of this program, is texting in, and she is really not happy with Doug's ruling that Baldwin is included. He said, "Oh God, no! You guys think the province of Chesterfield is in the Central Corridor? That cash is too fresh." That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, and they just don't like new money.
That's fair. She's one of the the OG. Her, caller Ellen, and Sheridan Clayton. I do think has the net worth. So anyway,
well, I got to just tell you, there's a lot of activity, and a beer cat just said, "Hey, Triple B, back to the laundry. You're falling behind on your chores. Less talky, more cleany." Which is, I think, what the lady said. The Rich Cool League walked in thinking it was a karaoke joint.
No, I do that on my work from home days, so I'm good today. Okay. So anyway, I just wanted to state my initial alliance position. So that's all I got. But thank you guys, and I'll keep an eye out for the casting call for the Real Housewives of TMA.
Okay. Doug, you are handling the casting call, correct?
Could definitely be a thing. Yeah, I think it's got legs.
Thank you, Baldwin Beer Bitch.
All right, bye.
Yeah, it seems like a very pleasant gal, but I'm wondering, we didn't have time for 20 more seconds of Kelvin Sampson after the national championship game.
And Beer Cats wants to go back to cleaning?
Less talky, more cleany.
It looks like the girl who might have been the one the Baldwin Beer Bitch was talking about is actually in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Her name is Allison, and she says, "I'm in BBB," and then a kissy emoji, Doug.
It's a guy.
And it sounds like they are going to hook up.
That's
and
fellow.
That is exciting for many of us. So great to have that. That's going to be a fun dynamic on the program. Have you named the 4 Real Housewives of TMA yet, or are you going to do the casting call?
We need interviews, I think. We got to make sure that they have a personality to carry it.
You think it's a Brio?
That's where the casting call will be.
Yeah,
it's kind of naughty.
Man, this is going to be hot.
I don't know if it's going to be hot or not. It could be funny.
Charlie Tuna could be an executive producer, maybe. We'll start over at Bricktop. That's where you start. And you walk down to Brio after that.
The casting call where Doug is sitting there in a beret with a long cigarette. Give me a minute of time to kill.
That would be a pretty good show, wouldn't it? That'd be a pretty good show.
You got my money.
Sir, I actually talked about it. The digital department, which does a hell of it. The Spread Zone set is the star of the program, that set that they've built.
I thought Jackie was.
Well, Jackie, now that he's making everybody money with his picks, 14-2, 16-2, whatever the hell you did.
Somewhere in that ballpark.
I know you only lost twice over the last 3 weekends, but I said, hey, I don't know if there's anything there, but when we briefly brought up this nonsense about a Real Housewives of TMA, there was a shocking amount of interest. Mm-hmm. And he goes, "Oh, yeah, we can talk about that. Just follow around some of your listeners." And I go, Yeah, I guess. I don't really
follow them around.
Well, like the, those
get a little video of
ham and egg reality, quote unquote, reality shows do. Yeah.
I think Pronger's got the jump on all of them. He's got a camera crew following his every move right now.
If my wife isn't on that list, I will relapse on Fetty. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove. So he's threatening us with a potential relapse if we don't include his wife, who is oftentimes offered up to members of this show and listeners alike.
Okay. And now she's been offered up to be in the TV show.
Correct. That's correct. Doug, can you have more than 4 on your show?
Well, if they've got the chops, they're going to have to bring something to the table. You can't just be there and be a lamp in the corner of the room. You got to offer something.
What if you have a full roster and you just have a healthy scratch on certain nights?
That'd be okay. We'd like a certain amount of cattiness in there.
Well, if you would like to be a part of it, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Coming up on the Stiefel dossier today, John Kelly, 8:30, and then Martin with his own review of the upcoming surprise guest at 10 o'clock. A 9 out of 10. A 9 out of 10.
Listener enjoyment is what this segment is about.
9 out of 10. Man, I can't wait to hear it. 10 o'clock, surprise guest. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at approximately 10:45. Mark Hanna is a longtime sponsor of both the Tim McKernan Show podcast and TMA, and I tell our younger audiences, younger members of the audience this, and I want to emphasize it to anybody. You don't have to be fresh out of school or in your 20s, but I am telling you, and I'm telling you, and I'm telling you, get a financial advisor. And Mark Hanna, who is a financial advisor, would say this: even if you don't go with me, make sure you have somebody. It is a world changer to have somebody to lean on, both with short-term and long-term planning, but also just to have a plan, period. Furthermore, Mark's a first-class individual, a life Sherpa. Doug, I like that. Yeah. Life Sherpa, 314-889-0503, or you can go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna, evergreenstl.com. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt fielding phone calls from the applicants for the Real Housewives of TMA at 314-974-0101. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that's why he's making sure he gets the best carpet installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in the flooring industry. That's right, $7 a square yard. If you are looking to make that kind of living with Michael and Michael's Flooring, go to igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. Michael's passion is flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in or talk to him and you're going to see a difference at Michael's. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not just pushing what corporate is telling them that they have too much of. There's a reason he's continued to grow through these 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and then they wind up loving the experience, which then they pass along to their customers. 3 locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area, and those locations are in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night 3-1 to the Winnipeg Jets, stalling their franchise record streak at 12. Off today, back in action tomorrow as the Blues head up to Edmonton to take on the Oilers. Pre-game at 8 p.m., puck drop at 9 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Is this the theme song for Doug Vaughn's production of The Real Housewives of
Kind of what I was
PMA?
thinking.
Yeah.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom? Mm-hmm. It is the Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Hermann Kurt had to exit the premises, and he's back now to take your phone calls. And the phone lines are very, very hot this morning. Already hearing from the Baldwin Beer Bitch, I understand Chairman Steve and Randy are on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. John Kelly is going to be on said phone lines coming up at 8:30 on that Stiefel dossier, in addition to a surprise guest that Martin says for the listener, this is going to be a 9 out of 10. Is that a correct way to frame it?
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy the banter.
I can't wait to hear this.
By the way, Daryl Hall has a restraining order against Oates, I believe.
Really?
They're literally sideways. Yeah, there's a whole thing going on.
Restraining order?
Yeah, I'll look it up. We'll talk about it later. It's kind of like the Kelvin Sampson, but we'll finish it later.
Here's Jim Montgomery. Check out the editing on this one as the losing streak the winning streak comes to an end last night with the loss in Winnipeg.
Streak was great. While it lasted, now we got to refocus and we got to play better than we did tonight to be able to try and get in the playoffs. That's our focus.
Okay, short and sweet and to the point.
Doug, the money puck odds now for the Blues making the playoffs have dropped, but they're still 96.5.
98.5.
That's DougVaughn.com,
yes.
MoneyPuck.com. Blues 96.5%, 90.9% for the Wild. The Flames come back and win last night in San Jose. They're at 12.8%. Vancouver now 0.1%. Utah, the Blues' final opponent of the regular season. In a week, they are at 0%.
0, yeah. The Blues could have clinched last night.
That's right.
Had they won and Calgary lost.
That's correct.
But they'll get there.
Because you got them at
98.5.
98.5. So you're not concerned in any capacity.
No.
Here is what Braden Shen had to say about playing what there could be their first-round playoff opponent last night.
All right, hit the lever pail.
You mentioned them being one of the top teams in the West, but good measuring stick game for you guys, just to kind of see you hang with them. It's a one-goal game. So.
Yeah. I mean, they're a good team. Like I said, they give time and space, or take it away. Don't give you a whole lot of room. I still think, we can be better than what we were tonight. I'm not taking anything away from them, but I just don't think we had our best tonight. And like I said, back to the drawing board and find a way to Edmonton.
Okay.
Sheener. Logistics, Tim. Would you stay in Winnipeg, rest up, get on a plane to Edmonton today, or just get the heck out of Manitoba?
My guess is they flew overnight.
That's my guess.
Yeah.
Same. Now, if they were in Vegas, do you say, well, we can always just fly out tomorrow?
Stay,
I just kind of think that's a thing.
But if you play at night, I mean, you're wide awake. Rather than get on a bus and go back to the hotel, you might as well get on a bus and go to a plane.
Just knock it out.
Yeah. And then sleep in today and practice a little this afternoon and rest up that way.
This just in, guys. Daryl Hall filed a lawsuit against former bandmate John Oates in the Nashville courts. The two musicians are famous as the members of the band. The suit by Daryl Hall against John Oates as an individual is listed as a contract debt dispute. Court granted Hall.
Oates owes him money? Is that what it is?
It just says contract debt dispute. Because the file is largely sealed, the nature of the restraining order is not apparent. Such an order might typically be entered into a business dispute to keep one from harming the other party's economic interests. So it's obviously over. I thought maybe he stole this bike or something.
Oh, I know. I don't think so.
Apparently, this is a business dispute between the great Hall and Oates. Will that affect the theme song for your Real Housewives.
Oh, yeah, Doug.
Yeah, it might. I don't want to get in the middle of controversy.
I understand that. The Blues playing Edmonton. That is tomorrow. Also, Minnesota will be hosting the Sharks. Calgary against the Ducks. So certainly the Blues have the tougher opponents here coming up. But then Calgary plays Minnesota on Friday. So at that point, one of those remaining games for the two teams kind of involved here with the Blues situation, you know they're going to pick up points. At the same time, you know the other one is at a max going to pick up one in one of those remaining games since they play heads up. Doug, do with that what you please.
Okay. What I'm going to do with it is throw it out because it won't matter because the Blues will win a couple games and clinch it.
Are they going to be the 7? Or are they going to be the 8?
I think they'll be the 7.
So VGK?
Yeah, that'd be my prediction.
All right, Doug has released it. So the Wild will take on Winnipeg, Blues, and VGK.
Maybe a loss in Edmonton to make you nervous. Then they win in Seattle. Win that final game at home against Utah. Place is buzzing.
That sounds about right.
Daddy Padre plays the third period.
He won't get in.
They wrap up the whole season right there.
He's never gotten in, and he won't get in.
Well, then why is he on the cup?
He's not on the cup.
Okay.
Glad I'm learning about the Hole & Oates family problems. Talk about how bad the Cardinals are. That's from the Forrestal Farm Hummer.
Go to hell.
That might be my favorite drop.
Go to hell.
Doggy not happy.
You mean to tell me that Tyler McGill can't come on for he might be in Syracuse to start the year.
And all of that because his son couldn't get a proper guest on his radio show. Why? Somewhere Mr. McKernan is nodding in approval.
Yeah, that's how you do it. That is how you get your son a job. Good for you.
Get Jimmy Joey Mather on the show. That'd be nice.
Joey Bombs.
Yeah. People keep texting to have him on.
Joe Mather?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, multiple times.
Wow. From the magic that was the 2008 Cardinals. What a team. What a team. What a time. What a town.
He was a good player.
Joey Bombs.
Yeah, he had his moments.
I think he became a manager, hitting coach.
I think the Diamondbacks hitting coach. Sounds right.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, he was the listener of the year in 22. Now, why'd you say it like that?
Well, sometimes he's banty.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman.
See,
look at that.
Yeah.
That's enthusiasm.
Seems happy,
Doug was going to say sometimes I'm long-winded, which is true, too.
Oh.
But Daryl Hall has a really cool, it's like Daryl Hall's garage, and he brings in other musicians, and they play some of the Hall & Oates music, and they play something from the Person Who's Coming's catalog, and it's really good. I enjoy the show. So there you go, recommendation.
I wonder if that could be why there's an issue between the other one, because he's playing music that John Oates helped write or make famous.
Doug, they met in the 60s in Philadelphia.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I speak for myself, but maybe some of the other men out there who are lucky enough to find someone very special to spend the rest of our lives with. When I say this, that when my wife is awake, she is talking. And I don't really need to have a show where women are talking about the same nonsense that my wife talks about 16 hours a day while she's awake. So I think this is a bad idea for a lot. I think I speak for the males in the audience that this is a bad idea. It's like The Woman, 1380 The Woman.
Which was a huge hit.
Yeah, if you take a look at the P&L.
Yeah, I think you should have John Hadley as the surprise guest at some point.
Martin, is that something you're working on?
Not gonna do it. Let's give me a gift card. As long as there's a little balance on there, it's okay. I got a Velvet Freeze gift card left over.
Velvet Freeze.
Did any of those gift cards in the downtown area trickle down to you, Martin? I could use some if you.
Yeah, I got one for Steve. We're gonna send you over to Dooley's for a little burger. They've been gone since 2008.
I never see Doug downtown anymore. I used to see him when he worked for Channel 4. I guess he doesn't come downtown anymore for Channel 4.
Well, if I don't work there and Channel 4 is not located there would stand to reason I wouldn't hang out there a lot.
Yeah, the building. I think that building's empty.
Pretty much. I think so.
The old KMOV building is empty?
I don't know if it's completely empty. I know Brown & Brown Law Firm was there for a long time and had a floor or two. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he kind of ruined the building, too.
Sharon in Clayton is not happy with you, Chairman Steve. She says, all due respect, but do not lump me in the same category as your wife. I don't know. Do you guys have some kind of history I'm not aware of?
She sounds like a lot like my wife when I hear her comment and talk and everything. So I think they're all pretty much.
It's a very progressive show.
Middle-aged white woman. I think I can say pretty much what she is. But
gosh,
no, just joking, Sharon. I don't really care. You can be whoever you want to be. But I joke about my wife. I love my wife. So. There we go.
What's up? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm here.
Let's go.
So, I need to address one thing.
You got to go. Let's go. Talk.
Okay. All right, Mike.
All right, Mike, the caller's management drops.
I do like Mike anytime. Anytime you play one of his drops or Mad Dog, it's awesome. Mad Dog's son was in my nephew's fraternity at Wisconsin. And then his other son is a coach at Northern Arizona.
Okay. Well, that's nice information to have in our hip pocket.
He was on the UConn staff when they won the national championship once. His son was. I think he got him all those jobs. But
yeah,
no.
Tim, what are the qualifications for a listener of the year?
I went to Biggie's on Friday night, and I wanted to clear something up. Like, Martin hadn't listened to the show, so Tim was explaining that I go to Biggie's and watch people take carryout. I'm not some simpleton who just sits there and watches people take carryout. What happened was, this was during the pandemic, and I would sit at the table outside before they covered the patio and watch people come in and out because I couldn't go inside, and a lot of people were getting carryout. So it was interesting to talk to people because it was during the pandemic, and you didn't get a lot of social interaction, and it was nice to see people. Now, when I go there, I sit at the bar, I talk to the bartender, I talk to the other people there. There might be people getting carryout because it's a big carryout place, but it's not like I sit there like a simpleton and watch people come in and out and get carryout, okay?
I don't know if I got the distinction. So you're still sitting there watching them, but you're not a simpleton.
No, that's not the point of being there. The point of being there is to have some beers and have a steak sandwich.
Okay.
Anytime you want to join me, Marty, you're welcome.
Do you get the waffle fries?
Of course.
Nice. I love that, Doug. I love
now
that so much.
Tim's on board with the call.
I've been on board with Chairman Steve since the jump.
Although I split a pizza with my wife the last time, but she got veggie on her half.
In case you're wondering, Doug, she had veggie on her half.
I was wondering. I was very curious.
I had who cares? Everything's good at Biggie's, first of all. And hi, David. I saw David Law.
David Price, Doug. It's spelled differently than the Red Sox contract the Cardinals were fortunate enough to dodge. That's correct. Steve, anything else? Doug has to go to the casting call.
Let's go Blues, rooting for a regulation win by one of the teams on Friday night, so it'll ease up the concerns a little bit because, I don't know. The look on Montgomery's face was similar to the look on Sampson's face at the end of the game. So, well, goodbye, guys. Sharon, you have a good day, even though you don't like me. It's fine.
Look at that. That was a message of unity. Thank you, Chairman. There you
I like Steve, but
2023 listening.
So
Biggie's white French dressing gets my engine revving. That's from Ricky Clemens' ATV dealer.
Biggie's white French dressing.
Ricky Clemens had an ATV issue.
So to clarify, Steve was a listener of the year, but not a caller of the year.
That's accurate.
So I believe so. I think now I'm new, but I'm starting to decipher some differences. Also felt a little. I love Steve, but ironic. He says his wife talks all the time, and he seems to be verbose.
He feels like he can call in here and finally get in a word edgewise.
Francesa told him to get going.
Mm-hmm.
Mike.
Yes, go. Would you start speaking?
Doug, the texters were not happy with that call. Worst call ever, Steve. That's from the little man in the boat. Hey, guys, that steak sandwich at Biggie's is the move, both because it's delicious and because it's what Tim would get. He's the best, Doug. That's from Big Tuft. Let's see. Chairman looks like he's all too familiar with pizza and waffle fries. Oh, no. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. And this is a common theme throughout the call. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up! Nobody cares about you stalking Biggie's customers. And then it gets really graphic right after that. Really? Yeah, really vivid. That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson. And that was August 1988?
I don't know the years, Tim.
I think it was. We'll review that coming up with John Kelly, who is going to join us. And Martin, we're both on him being in Edmonton. What do you think the flight from Winnipeg to Edmonton is going to take?
Feels like an hour and a half.
I was going to say 90 minutes. We're on the same page there.
I'll say 91 minutes.
Ah!
It takes 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Wow, that's exactly like we said.
That's 135 minutes.
Them provinces up there get kind of big.
Yeah, a big country with not much there.
I guess you know.
Wow.
Well, that part of the country.
Here
there's
we
not
go.
much there.
A lot of oil.
Oil, yeah.
It's our, what is it, Jackson, our hat?
America's hat. Larry Nickel usually has it ranked second.
Some call it North Mexico.
That's what he would say. It's America's hat, is Canada. You're welcome to get involved. Many ways to do so. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Text in. Jackson will no longer change your text name, though, today, right? Nope. That's over.
Over.
Until May 1st. Yep. 314-399-9646. And, of course, you can email into the program the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, Martin, is the sponsor of the email of the day.
Design Air has been around since 1904. It's about the time that call from Steve began. Yes. Fourth generation for Seth Goldcamp and the family taking care of your HVAC right now. Think about it. You probably had the air on a week ago. You've got the heat on today. You're flip-flopping back and forth before you kick the AC in full time. For the St. Louis summer, make sure you get a tune-up. Get it checked out with our friends at Design Air. Go online. DesignAirService.com is the website. Longest-running TMA sponsor. We love when we hear from listeners who've had Design Air out to their home to either do a repair or a replacement. They'll let you know an honest answer what you need. If it can be repaired, they'll do that. If you need a new furnace, a new HVAC unit, they will work directly with you to get you the best unit out there, and you're going to get all that great customer service without the sales pitch that oftentimes comes with it. DesignAirService.com is where you can go online and support the sponsors.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor the email today. You can compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN. This is Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. If spring cleaning has you thinking about spring upgrading, this is the month to do it. Freshen up your home's look, boost your energy efficiency, and save big during Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. Right now, it's their classic fan favorite offer. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. And there is no limit. Need 4, you pay for 2. Need 12, you pay for 6. You get the idea, but this month, the savings don't stop there. For a limited time, Universal Windows Direct is also offering no interest until 2030. That's right. Upgrade your home today and don't pay a cent in interest for 6 whole years. It's the easiest way to start your project now without the financial pressure. And here's the real spring surprise. Get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. There's never been a better time to bundle and save. So if you've been thinking about adding an entry door or vinyl siding along with your window replacement, do it now and take full advantage of the savings. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your curb appeal, increase your energy savings, and take on those big projects with confidence. Schedule your free in-home estimate today by calling 314-334-2522 or visiting universalwindowsdirect.com. CMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett joining us here from Brown and Crouppen. A Tuesday tradition, ladies and gentlemen. It's Ed Herman and Doug. You've never heard the gallery.
Hello.
It's like Augusta National on Sunday at 5:30.
We're happy to see him.
It's been a while.
I know it has been.
It has. Well, I had Terry fill in for me last time. I was out of town, having some fun.
Fun vacation.
He came in here as a Mizzou alum and then just annihilated the university.
Oh, that he just loves doing that.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, nothing makes him happier.
Called you a lunatic.
Yeah, but with affection, no doubt.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean it's kind compared to the things I've called him, so we'll just call it a draw. No, I love Terry. No, I was away. I was gone last week.
You were in New York.
I was in New York.
You went to the shows?
I did. I had 5 Broadway shows, and I was sitting in a great seat right behind sort of the catcher, a little bit to the third base side for that Yankee game where they broke all those records.
The torpedo bat game?
Yeah, they had 9 home runs.
The big Nestor Cortez start.
Yes, the Nestor Cortez, and the first 3 pitches that man threw all went for home runs, and that's
hard to do.
I believe his last pitch of last season also ended in the home run. It was the Freddie Freeman grand slam. So I don't know if that's ever happened where a major league pitcher that 4 consecutive pitches and 4 home runs over the course of 2 seasons. But
if you were pitching batting practice, it'd be hard to throw 4 pitches in a row that they hit.
Yeah, I know. But I felt, I mean, the crowd actually felt a little bad for Nelly because he was very popular. Even with how things ended, he was very popular, and he got a nice ovation when he first was introduced. But man, there was people couldn't believe what they were seeing with the home runs flying out of there. It was fabulous.
You were not there the other night when they were chanting F. Juan Soto. Did you see that?
No.
Hear about that? Michael Kay scolded them all on the radio. They were very upset.
Why? You know, that doesn't seem nice. That doesn't seem right. Why are they even talking about him? They weren't playing the Mets.
Right.
I mean,
get over it, right?
Upset that he left him, probably.
Yeah, but you know what? But when you see how well Paul Goldschmidt's playing, and you know, kudos to him, St. Louis people. I hope he keeps it up. Both him and Arenado off to hot starts. But
Tommy Edman has 5 home runs.
Yeah, listen, doesn't surprise me. But you know, when you look at how well Goldschmidt's doing, and Cody Bellinger's contributing already, and Max Fried, you know, they haven't lost any of his starts yet, so. You know, we wouldn't have had those guys if they had signed Soto. So, and look, Trent Grisham and Dominguez are both playing pretty good. Grisham's already hit a few home runs. Yanks don't need Soto, and they shouldn't be cursing him. Soto played his heart out last year and got them to a World Series. They just couldn't seal the deal.
Was it Steven Stills who said, "Love the one you're with"? You got Goldie, you got Bellinger.
Yeah,
Come on.
exactly. You know, nobody likes it when you seem bitter over the loss of an ex. When you have an ex, you're supposed to act like, you know, they don't exist in your universe. You're supposed to act like if you wanted them that bad, you could have had them. And, you know, Juan Soto, I mean, listen, there was a dollar price they could have paid and kept him. They made the decision they didn't want to pay it. Done.
You pretty excited about this Cardinal ball club?
Well, you know what? Listen, they were off to a good start.
You know what? Listen is a good way to start every Cardinal.
They were off to a little bit of a hot start there, and then reality set in a little bit. You know, this is going to be a hard season. You know, I think everyone knew that going into it. I think we're gonna learn. We're gonna see what we have. You know, and there are a lot of nice things that can happen to the team this year that I think would make us very excited. Short of having a winning record, you know, if we really saw the emergence of Jordan Walker this year, I think that would be something everybody could get excited about, get behind. If they pull off some really good mid-year deals, you know, as we approach the deadline and see what we can get for some of our, you know, guys that we might be comfortable getting rid of, like Sonny Gray, who might fetch a nice prospect back at the deadline. Eric Fetty may get a mid-level prospect at the deadline. I mean, we have some opportunities and some things to get excited about. It's just, I don't think anybody has us penciled in as any kind of playoff team. So, you know.
Well, I think that excitement will increase even if the record's not great when you see Quinn Matthews and McGreevy making starts.
Exactly.
Because in the meantime,
people want to see those guys.
Well, and the lineup's got these younger players. All right, Walker looks to be settling in. This is encouraging for the future. Victor Scott, that's encouraging for the future. And then they roll out these older pitchers. You're like, okay, what are we doing here? It's a mixed message. I realized some of it they were stuck. Contracts. Michaelis, they'd already paid him. Couldn't move him this year. So you're stuck with some of these guys. But at some point, you may have a decision to make where you say, listen, we're just going to put the young guy out there and we're going to pay you not to pitch.
I think you're going to see that sooner rather than later, in all honesty, especially after that last game against the Red Sox. But, Arenado, he's getting his value up, which I think makes him not only marketable at the deadline, but maybe not just a salary dump. I mean, he's not that old. He's 33 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, there's every reason to believe that he'll be productive for the rest of his contract. Everyone just wanted to know, was last year a sign of things to come, or was it just a fluke off year? The start that he's off to, he could reestablish his value very quickly, and then they can move him. I mean, I still say, the Yankees have a real problem at third base. We don't have anything going on over there. Every day we don't know who's going to play there, and everybody who plays there doesn't really do much.
Well, who would you give us for Arenado?
Doug's going to negotiate the deal right now with you, Ed.
I don't know. Right now, unfortunately, I don't know that much about some of the players in our minor league system with New York. I don't think that they'd give somebody on the top of their prospect list. Like, I don't know, it's Spencer Jones, I think maybe his name is, and a couple of those guys. But there are I would imagine, like, you look through whoever the Yankees' number 3 prospect is, 4 prospect, somewhere in there, and then you hope that the Yanks are comfortable taking on more of the money. And you just call it a day.
I would think the Cardinals would want pitching because they've got Gorman they think can play third, and they're kind of high on Sajacy.
Yeah.
And Donovan's going to play somewhere.
I think it'd still be about the money more than a prospect.
Yeah, I think so. And if it is going to be a pitching prospect, it's not going to be a guy major league ready, because if the Yankees had anybody at that level right now, they'd be using them. I mean, right now the Yankee pitching staff is decimated. You've got Garrett Cole out for the year. You have their rookie of the year, Luis Gil, who's out for at least 3 months. Clark Schmidt's been injured, but they say he's coming back. So, you're sitting there, you're patching together a rotation out with a Will Warren, who's, like a rookie, and Marcus Stroman, who they were begging anybody to take him, and magically now he's like their number 3. So, right now they're just suffering a little bit in the starting side, so they're not going to give up any of those guys. But, a mid-level starting pitcher, somebody who's maybe a year or 2 away from getting to the majors, I could see them spinning a guy like that for Arenado, take on that salary. Why not?
And the Blues have got all your attention right now.
Yeah, well, listen, I went to their game against the Blackhawks. It was maybe 2 weeks ago, and I thought they looked very good. And I said, you know what? I'm like everybody else. If you get hot at the right time, you never know what'll happen.
Take a listen to what Doug thinks.
If we can just get hot, we can win this baby.
How about that, Ed?
You're 100% right. I think that's. Isn't that's playoff in any sport?
Yeah, really.
You get hot at the right time, and it's
because the level of talent in professional sports really isn't that great. Even the lesser teams have
I think
professional players.
The level of talent is spectacular, but the difference in talent team to team is not as great. I think.
Right.
I don't want you to insult them. These are very talented people.
Right. So if you get hot, even as a team that barely gets in the playoffs, you can beat the teams that finish first.
Of course.
Doug, do you think Houston last night got cold at just the right time and they lost that baby?
Yeah, they sure did.
I didn't watch the game. I heard about it from Greg this morning while we were waiting outside, and I'm just glad that I didn't watch that ending, because I think that would have been. I don't give a crap about either one of those teams, so I didn't have a vested interest in it. But just to not have it end and even get the shot off is that's pretty bad.
Ooh, it was brutal.
That's got to
look
hurt.
on Calvin Sampson's face, Ed.
I can only imagine.
Disappointment. Disappointment.
Especially, and I hear they were ahead a lot of the game.
By 12.
Most.
Man.
Yeah. They had like 19 seconds on that last possession to get any kind of a shot off.
Isn't that something?
They're always afraid that if we shoot with 10 seconds, the other team's going to come back and score on us. I get the basket when you can.
I got to tell you, I kind of subscribe to that philosophy as well. If you have an opportunity where you could set it up and you have a lot of options and you get some points, just keep getting points and run through the finish line. Too much manipulation. First of all, if it was 5 seconds left, I can understand a little manipulation. 19 seconds in basketball? 19 seconds in basketball, I could birth a child.
Oh, gosh.
I don't even know why that makes no sense at all, because I'm just a guy. I can't birth the child.
It's 2025.
But the point is, it would just felt like something that would take a long time. 19 seconds is an eternity in basketball.
Yeah. You got to see the ending though, because he literally loses the handle and then stares at it, knows he can't touch it, and so he's looking around like, somebody please grab it. It's bizarre.
But
not quite Chris Webber-esque.
You know, it's they, like those old commercials, right? And his dad's going to offer him a lifesaver. I don't know if any of you, Doug, you're old enough. Remember those?
Part of living.
Yeah,
sure.
the
nice
kid would
jingle,
fail,
yeah.
and the dad would give him a lifesaver.
Oh, yeah, that would
Always
fix everything.
sitting on like a bench somewhere.
Yeah, you know.
That fixed everything.
You know what's good? When was the last time you had those butterscotch lifesavers? You know, those
Doug
little
carries
butterscotch
brothers
rum
around with them.
lifesavers. Do you really? Have you hit that age?
I don't.
I was going to ask him. Were you kidding? I was going to ask him for
I fired
one.
a bluff. I had nothing. I'll be honest. I had 7 deuce offsuit and just wanted to see if I could win.
I can't tell you how disappointed I am, Tim, because I was this close to getting a Werther's Caramel
I don't
right
even
here.
know what a Werther is.
You do? Come on. How old are you?
68.
You're prime Werther.
I've never had a Werther. I've never had one.
What? 68 is called prime Werther?
I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, that's your prime Werther.
I don't know what it is.
You got a
It's those little
peppermint?
caramels, those little Werther.
Okay.
You know, they come in a little bag, and it's something that older folk.
Probably full of sugar.
The older folk have. You know, they have sugar-free ones,
Oh, do
but
they?
they're going to give you the toots. They have those sugar.
Give you the
Yeah, you know those sugar alcohols.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
if you have too
Sugar
much of those,
alcohol.
that's nothing comes without a price. You know, that's the thing.
There's the message of the
You know,
day.
it's true. Everything is a trade-off. The universe is perfectly balanced.
What about those chocolate Reason? R-I-E-S-E-N.
Those are fantastic.
They're
but you
kind
know-
of chewy.
You know what was even better than those? And they don't make them anymore. I don't know why. I got to look this up. Maybe Amazon. But they used to have peanut butter Reasons that were just like the chocolate Reasons.
Wow.
But instead of just being filled with the caramel that you find in a Reason, it had like a peanut butter in there. And but it wasn't like peanut butter. It was like a peanutty caramel. Let me tell you, if anybody
Wow.
out there knows how we can acquire some peanut Reasons, can you text it? Call your center, call the station. Let me know. See, I've looked for them for years, even at Cracker Barrel.
I was just going to say Cracker Barrel.
Nothing makes me happier than the candy section at Cracker Barrel. I feel like I'm living somebody else's childhood. It's not exactly mine. Some of it is. They have like a Marathon bar or a Charleston Chew.
Or a Charleston Chew, which
Chew
is
is a nice
backed by Big Ortho, I think.
Yeah, but then you get these really old candies like the Mary Janes that my mom likes. Remember those Mary Janes?
You're a big
Those were
candy eater?
inexplicable.
Eat a lot of candy?
No, I don't now because now I'm living the life of a skinny man. But like, remember most
you're talking in the fat
most of
days,
my
you
life,
would
right?
roll
As
into
you-
Cracker Barrel, just pull up with a basket.
this may be the conversation that sets me back in the wrong direction.
Next time we see Addie's 40 pounds heavier because we talked
There's
about
a bunch of
Werther's
wrappers
and Reason
falling out of his pockets. No, what was he out? Goldenberg's peanut chews. That's my mom's favorite.
What about Chuckles? Those little Chuckles?
You know, those are good. Chuckles aren't bad.
That sounds dismissive.
You know,
That's
well,
just
you know,
solid
because
sugar. That's just a sugar
those are so
ball.
good.
it is.
A
But you know what the
chuckle?
Chuckles did? Didn't they have kind of the sugar around it?
Yeah.
That's good.
It's
No.
diabetes in a wrapper.
It is, but here's the difference. If you have a Juju,
New slogan.
if you have a Juju, which is like a Chuckle, but the Chuckle's got the extra coating around it, it keeps it from sticking in your teeth. That extra sugar, that grit gives that ability so it doesn't just lodge in there like a Juju. Those will lodge in. You get them out 3-4 weeks later. You'd be like, what the heck was that? You think it's like when you find a bruise and you can't remember where it came from. That's what happens
Even
with the
if you
Jujus.
never eat candy, but you go to the movies, you're like, you know what? I need some Junior Mints. How much? $12? Sure.
Yeah. Well, your
good
sense
buy.
of price changes completely. I wrote a story years ago called My Mother and the Relative Cost of Soda. And it just studied the fact that depending on where we were, it dictated how much she was willing to pay for the exact same product. You know, like because in a restaurant, it's one price. And if you go to like the theater, it's another. And a ball game, it's another.
Hey, Dad,
But
Coke,
at the-
$8, sure.
Yeah, and she'd pay all of it. But at the supermarket, unless it was 99 cents or less for the bottle, she would not let us bring it into the house. It made no sense whatsoever. That was 2 liters, folks.
All right.
2 liters.
I was
You
at
know-
Starbucks the other day. I bought a green tea, maybe 8 ounces, $4.50. I go to QT, I get 44 ounces for $1.50.
Yeah, you know what? That's a much
comes with a
better
decathlon.
deal. And I mean, come on. First of all, green tea. It's just water. It's just hot water.
Yeah, but it's
you have a couple
green
of
tea
leaves.
is somewhat healthy.
No, it is.
for you.
No, there's no problem. But I'm just saying, as far as costs go.
Oh, yeah, $4.50 for water.
Nobody's going to ever justify to me that a cup of tea could sell for $4.50. I
No.
don't care if this is the year 3000. I will never, as I live and breathe, spend $4.50 for a cup of tea.
Some of the coffee there is like $9,
Well,
isn't it?
coffee's delicious. But, you know, remember, coffee is way more labor intensive. You know, you think about where they get the beans, what they have to do to the beans, how they have to be shipped and processed and sent and grinded. And the labor involved. Like, it's easier for me to mentally justify an increased cost as it relates to coffee.
Especially when
But
there's
tea
a
is
picture
water.
on the wall of Juan picking the bean.
That's right. He's out in the field, and he's not getting much.
But still, there are other places you can go and get a cup of coffee for still $1, right?
Yeah, but I wonder, how good is it? Is it good? I mean,
I'm not a
good
coffee drinker.
I don't know. I mean, I drink it every day, 3-4 big mugs of coffee or a pitcher thing, whatever they are.
Yeah.
What do they
Yeti?
call
Yeti?
these? Yeah, like a Yeti of coffee. But I put so much stuff in mine that it's really not coffee. I can't claim to be a coffee drinker because there's a lot of Truvia. Truvia. That is the best artificial sweetener on the market. Anybody out there, if you want what's truly closest to sugar in terms of taste and texture, it's Truvia.
Timmy did a read for Truvia, Marathon
Reeson?
Bars,
Werther,
Prime Werther.
That's Cracker Barrel.
You got big candy
Let's
in your
not
pocket.
forget. And the weather, folks. The weather is just about warm enough to be Cracker Barrel weather so that you can sit in those rockers while you're waiting for your table.
I can play that game with the teas.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
so
man.
there's only one left? Only one
It
tea
is.
left?
And every time I used to know how to do it, and then but it doesn't stick. And if I wait too long to go back to it, I can't do the tea game anymore. I got to go right back to YouTube and see the trick.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because it's
disappointing.
tough to pull that off.
I don't know. I used to. I don't know what happens. It's like I used to be able to solve Rubik's Cube. Totally forgot how. All these things I learned.
I can't wait to be. I
think it's the drugs.
I'm coming down to the Brown and Crouppen headquarters. I'm going to sit there, and somebody's going to call 22222222222, and they're like, "Ed, it's for you." Yeah, what do you got? Personal injury. They want to talk to you about candy.
That's it. You know what? You know what's so sad about where I am in life right now? That would be such a pleasant relief for me to hear that was the case. That would be the call I'd be excited to take. What's wrong with me?
Set the guy down across from your desk and just discuss chocolate.
I think so. Man, what's the cure for depression? Anybody out there have any ideas? I've been down this week.
Sunshine helps.
You know what? Maybe
Sunshine,
that'll help.
Activity.
I think. You know what? You know what I need is an afternoon at Cracker Barrel on the rocking chair, sunshine in my face,
Playing with the tea game.
Sugar-free lemonade in hand, and a handful of Werthers. How do we make this happen?
Doug, why don't you go out to Cracker Barrel with us?
What are you guys doing after the show?
It doesn't seem impossible.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, can we get a group together? I don't want to talk to each other, but just to sit with each other. I like to sit amongst
back
people.
and forth at Cracker Barrel. Ed Hermann, Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. Ed, always good to talk it over with you. Thank you so much for the time, sir.
Take care, guys. I'm sorry I didn't have anything to talk about this week.
It's not true. Prime Werther.
You always bring the heat.
Ed Hermann, Brown and Crouppen. John Kelly with us from what we believe will be Edmonton, Alberta, next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Moritz Reusch Jewelers, great sponsor here on TMA. Check them out at ninjabling.com. So many positives about Moritz Reusch, including private offices on the 15th floor of the building right across from the St. Louis Gallery in Richmond Heights, right there adjacent to Clayton. I have been in there. Man, it is wonderful. The private sales experience you're going to get. You walk in there, you're not going to have somebody hovering over you. They know you have a budget. They know you want to stick to the budget, and they're not going to abuse the privilege of having an opportunity to get you the jewelry that you want for your loved one. Thinking about getting engaged as the weather warms up? Let Moritz Reusch help you out. They have so much merchandise right there in the store. That's the place to go. It is a St. Louis business, generations of the family going back to 1982, helping out St. Louisans. This isn't a chain store. This is a locally owned jewelry store. Online at ninjabling.com. It's Moritz Reusch, right across from the Galleria on the 15th floor of the tower. Welcome back to the Morning After. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour, and it's our pleasure to welcome to the program via our Collier and Thompson phone lines from St. Louis Blues television broadcast, John Kelly. Morning, John.
Hey, Tim. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing? I guess you had some late-night travel into Edmonton, huh?
Yeah, we flew here after the game, so, get some rest here today. Team will practice, and hopefully get back on the winning track tomorrow night here in Edmonton.
Looking at that game last night, and you and Jamie Rivers were talking about it throughout, considering the Blues didn't really have their best, the fact that they were in that thing can be looked at as a positive. At the same time, if you wanted to look big picture, they've been having a few near-death experiences here throughout the course of the winning streak, and then you wonder about how much of what we saw last night is based on the team just being a little lethargic. lethargic or the impact of not having Dylan Holloway? How do you evaluate last night in Winnipeg?
Yeah, well, you're right. You know, they had won 5 games in a row by 1 goal. So they were sort of living on the edge. And, of course, that one game against Detroit, they scored with 30 seconds left to tie it, and then they won in overtime. You know, the bottom line is, number one, Joel Hofer was outstanding last night, gave them a chance to win the game or at least get a point. And they were sloppy from the start. You know, in the first period, they had 3 shots on goal, really spent most of the time in their own zone. They got better as the game went on, but still never really was able to solve the Jets' forecheck. And they're a really good team. I don't think I need to tell people that. They lead the league in points, and they played a smothering defensive game. So the Blues really never got to their forecheck. And as Jim Montgomery likes to say, they didn't really have any juice last night. I think that's just the way it goes. And I guess the winning streak had to end at some time. And I'm glad it ended against a really good team and not a bad team. But that's just the way it goes. And now you try to get back on the horse tomorrow night here in Edmonton.
It's certainly possible that Winnipeg could be the team the Blues would see in the playoffs. Would that be a bad matchup for them?
Well, I don't think there's no, I don't think it's a bad matchup. I think that any matchup they have, whether it is, Winnipeg or Vegas, it looks like those would be the probable teams. Then they're really tough teams. And, you can split hairs all you want and debate. The one thing with Vegas is that they have championship pedigree. They won 3 years ago. And they still have a lot of players, obviously, from that team. So that's the one difference to me between the Vegas Golden Knights and the Jets is the championship pedigree. But Winnipeg is an extremely well-coached team. They have a very good goaltender. They're probably a little better forechecking team than Vegas, but Vegas has I would say, a better defense. So, again, you're splitting hairs. Either team would be a tough task for anybody. But you got to beat them all if you're going to go deep and win the cup. And you got to start with a tough one. So that's the way it goes.
John, what's I guess there's official word, Dylan Holloway is week to week, but it just seems like kind of what you're hearing is not real encouraging. And do you think it's, at this point, they're kind of moving on as if he's not going to be back anytime soon? Is that accurate?
Well, I think what's accurate is what they say. It's week to week. I know some people have reported that they're hearing it's worse. I have not heard that. He's out for months or he'll need surgery. The Blues have said he's week to week, so I'm going to go with that. So hopefully he can start skating again in the near future. And, the playoffs are here in a week and a half. So I don't need to tell you guys that it is a very concerning situation. And he is one of the most impactful players the Blues have with his speed, his forecheck ability, his physicality, obviously his goal scoring. So I'm going to cross my fingers and hope for the best and hope that he is back from the playoffs.
And John, on the other side of it, Colton Parayko, and we haven't talked about him in a while, but it appears at least that he's getting closer.
Yeah, I would not be shocked if he plays on this road trip because he's been skating really hard. And we're approaching the 6-week point of his injury. So, the timeline is right. And, it's really up to the doctors, obviously, and see how he feels. But the Blues play tomorrow night and then Saturday in Seattle. Of course, Edmonton's hometown. That would be nice to see him come back tomorrow. But, yeah, the Blues could obviously use him. He's a fantastic player, their best defenseman. So, again, cross your fingers. Hopefully he can play on this trip.
Is Snuggerud at the level where maybe he can help a little bit with the loss of Holloway? Is he a similar type of player at all?
Well, we've only seen him 3 or 4 games. Mm-hmm. He's not similar in that Holloway is a lot faster, a bigger guy, is a really good forechecker. Where it looks like Snuggerud is one of those players that has exceptional hands, has got a great shot, and he's going to be a point producer. But they're not really similar. But, obviously Holloway has got a lot more experience. He doesn't have a ton, but this is a guy that played in the Stanley Cup final last year. And Snuggerud, obviously coming out of college, is just now cutting his teeth in the NHL. So it looks like he's got a ton of skill and great hand-eye coordination, but I wouldn't say they're similar players.
John, I'm sure you must have known Greg Millen, who lost his life or passed away last night. What kind of guy was he, the former Blues goalie?
Oh, my God, Doug, I was shocked when I heard it. he was a fantastic person, and just one of those guys that he just was always laughing and telling stories. As a matter of fact, I had dinner with him in the press room in mid-January when Calgary was here. He was covering the game for the Flames TV, and he's one of those guys that he'll tell you a story, a funny story, and before he got to the end of the story, he's laughing. You know those guys,
Absolutely.
And that's the way he was. It's really true. And he was talking about his kids and his grandkids, and he was going to retire soon. He told me, and when I heard about it yesterday, I was just shocked and just devastated. Just such a nice man. Obviously played for the Blues for 6 years or so. Was a real good goaltender. And just gone way too soon at 67. I'm just shocked and so saddened.
What I remember that era it was the duo. You always talked about Millen and Walmsley and Millen, right? It just seemed like those two were just kind of always in and out it was like the era of the duo.
Yeah, exactly. And as a matter of fact, the first time I really remember Millen was in the 81 playoffs in the first round. He was the goalie for Pittsburgh when the Penguins took the Blues to 5 games. The Blues, of course, that year had a great year. They had 105 points or 107. And Crombie ended the series in double overtime. But Millen he used to dance to the Budweiser jingle during the breaks at the old Chucker Dome. Remember that? And they called him the dancing goalie. I mean, he almost stole that series. So, and then he came on, as you said, and played with the Blues and was partners with Rick Walmsley. But, yeah, very good goaltender and actually a great broadcaster as well. I think I read his bio last night on the plane. He did, 2 or 3 Olympics and was one of the top guys at Hockey Night in Canada. So he really had a tremendous broadcasting career as well.
John, you're in Edmonton Wednesday night broadcast on FanDuel Sports Network. Obviously, Holloway's out. Broberg will be on the ice. What's your sense in Edmonton fan base? Are they mad at the players for leaving, or mad at the Blues for stealing them, or mad at the Oilers for not keeping them? Do you have a read on that?
Well, first of all, the game's on TNT. We're not doing the game Wednesday.
No. Well, then I won't watch.
Yeah. No, don't watch. Watch. Yeah, we're back Saturday in Seattle. The read I have is that the fans. We were here in December. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
December,
right.
I think. And the fans were booing those two. And they're going to take it out on the players. But the bottom line is, to me, the Oilers management really boxed themselves in with not only a lot of no movement contracts, but they signed 2 or 3 players on July 1st, knowing that these 2 guys were restricted free agents and knowing they had no money in the budget. So I think that now the fans aren't going to sit and boo the management or whatever, but that's really where, if you want to lay the blame, don't blame the player. The player is going to get the best contract he can. I think Edmonton's management really underestimated the risk they were taking by adding those contracts and not having any flexibility to sign those 2 players. That's the way I see the situation.
It does appear that signing those 2 for the Blues may have moved up their reset by a couple of years.
Yeah, I would say it really moved it up. It's been just tremendous, those 2 players. You get a top 6 forward and a top 4 defenseman, and you basically give up a second and a third round pick. And these guys are 23, 24 years old and can both skate like lightning. It's a home run, and I think you're going to see more offer sheets down the road because of the success the Blues have had, no question.
Yeah, a column in The Athletic last week, John, that they're anticipating the summer of offer sheets.
Yeah.
Coming up following the Stanley Cup playoffs. John Kelly joins us every Tuesday, kind enough to get up early after the travel from Winnipeg last night to Edmonton. Blues and Oilers tomorrow, Blues and Kraken on Saturday, and then wrapping up the regular season here in St. Louis against Utah. Always appreciate the time and perspective, John. Thanks so much, man.
Okay, guys, we'll talk to you next week.
Well, looking forward to it. John Kelly with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You are always welcome to participate in the conversation at youtube.com/TMA STL. 274 people in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and you can join in there and talk to Brandon Baker, DJ Scores, John Scores, and DJ Patty Cakes. Doug, it's not DJ Scores.
No.
It's DJ Patty Cakes.
Gotcha.
John Scores.
Okay.
And then KG's Big Dong. Is that you, KG, or is that just a fan of your girth?
That's just my big dong. Yeah, fan.
Yeah, it's nice to have those. It's nice to have the fans in there.
Lord, this show is not exactly breaking rocks. It's not splitting the atom, but it's tough.
Thank you.
Tim, it is tough.
Tough.
When Ed was here, there's a text that comes in immediately. Ask Ed what Broadway shows he went to. The very next text, please God, don't have him talk about the shows he went to. I'm like,
you can't please
What do you do?
Yep,
some people like things and some people don't like other
Producer
things.
Joe, he gave that phrase, and it's words to live by. You can send your words to live by in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you can work with James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Got a chance to see James last week at the Mizzou Quarterback Club event in Webster Groves. James has been my insurance agent since 2019, and I recommend James and his staff in Webster Groves wholeheartedly. You don't have to be in Webster Groves to use his services. But the great thing that you're going to know is the people taking care of your insurance are right here in the St. Louis area. And when you call 314-961-4800, you know somebody here in the St. Louis area at James' office is going to answer and take care of you. Good chance your insurance went up year over year. James can help save you money. That is what they prioritize in addition to great customer service at the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. It's why they have 415 plus 5-star reviews on Google. It's James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
In the market for a new car, but you're struggling with your circumstance, don't worry. The Auto Loan Pro will help you get the best car available. They'll also help you get your credit back on track. Little or no money down. They're going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. The Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. Make it a large purchase like that. Dealing with the financing can get complicated, especially if you've had a hiccup along the way. Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get back on track, doing two things at one time. Autoloanpro.com, that's the website. And when you scroll down, you'll see Robert Thomas there. Keep going down, and then you'll find the playbook. It's a free playbook for you to download to understand better how the credit industry works. You better understand it the next time around. Maybe it's a different car, but in the meantime, you're learning and getting into a new auto. Best rate they can possibly find for you. It's the Auto Loan Pro. That's all you need to know. Autoloanpro.com, they are part of the Lita family.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals lose the series opener against the Pirates last night. Final score of 8-4. Back in action today, Sonny Gray on the mound taking on Paul Skenes for the Pirates at 5:40 first pitch for the Redbirds tonight. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, why did you request Material Girl from 80?
I just like to dance, and when I do, it makes me feel pretty.
I mean, I know I get the year on the front end and the back end, but it's 84 or 85.
It's 84.
84, okay.
Option B for possible Real Housewives of TMA theme song.
This?
Yeah, another option.
Doug, have you talked with Madonna about the licensing rights to use this song for your new project, Real Housewives of TMA?
Well, I think if we offer her back end, she'll just give it to us. You know,
is that like a double entendre, Teehee, Morning Zoo Radio?
Points on the package, you know. She can get some money if it's a huge success.
Where's the drum?
Okay.
That's not.
When your earlier double entendre.
That wasn't meant to be.
One on the back.
Pretty filthy, really.
Clean it up, Jackie.
All right.
Shout out to Movie Boy. I'm actually pretty excited for the upcoming Wes Anderson movie. It looks a lot better than the typical over-scripted, overthought, over-colored cinema he puts out. That's from Mr. Licks, who is trying to acquire Orson Woods to make it the Gulf of Ladue.
Phoenician Scheme. Trailer came out yesterday. Fired up.
Bill Murray back with Wes Anderson.
As he always is.
Over-scripted. Aren't all movies completely scripted? I mean, sometimes they'll give a comedian a little free rein to...
Yeah, Judd Apatow really brought in just try some things out. We're on digital, no longer on actual film, so it doesn't cost us a ton of money to just...
Your B-roll's now immaterial.
Just try things.
Joined by John Kelly in the previous segment. You can always go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app here on 101 ESPN, and there is a TMA STL app for you to download as well. And coming up at 10 o'clock, Martin has a surprise guest, Doug, that he says is a 9 out of 10.
Okay, that's nice.
For the listeners.
All right, can't wait.
And Jackson knows about it?
Yes.
Yeah. But doesn't really know who the person is.
I know who the person is. I just don't know much about the person.
So the person has to be involved with hockey. That's our read.
Okay, yeah.
That's our read.
Or really old. And by really old, I mean like over 40.
Jackson, what age do you view as really old?
Really old?
Because when I was 27, now at 48, I would have viewed somebody 48 as really old.
80.
Oh, wow.
Like really old. Yeah, really old. 80.
But at 27, would it be weird if a 48-year-old was hanging out with you and your peers?
Yeah.
Okay.
No doubt.
Sure.
Like hanging out, like... It's like texting us, like, where are we going tonight, fellas?
Has Tim ever done that on the weekend?
No.
I am, Martin, we worked first together 2004 to 2006, and that guy, he's gone. He's not really proud. This guy's not really proud of that guy, by the way. And furthermore, that guy is gone. The cat used to say I was for the cools. I am the antithesis of for the cools. Now, I guess Jackson's now for the cools.
I don't know. Not really.
What do you do?
Like feel like a cool.
But your age group, is it on a Saturday? Hey, we're gonna go play pool. We're gonna go to a bar during the day on a Saturday, like meet up and just hang.
That depends. Not as much during the day, but at night, yeah. But during it's like kind of sports dependent. You know, there's a ball game on or two.
Private Citizen Pete says, let's go watch the ball game, Doug.
That's what happened on Saturday. We said, let's go watch the ball game. That's exactly what we did.
The basketball game?
Basketball, there was some Yankee flat ball. Thought the Cardinal game was going to get delayed enough until...
playing the Lange at the same time.
Yeah, I thought that the Cardinal game might get delayed on Saturday enough for us to get the holy trinity of basketball, hockey, and baseball at the same time. Didn't happen. No. Obviously, it got postponed to the next day. But, yeah, it's ball game dependent, I would say.
Are you at an age where if there's a line to get in, are you doing that or no?
Nah, it depends on where I'm at. Not in St. Louis. But I don't think I've seen a line to get into a place in St. Louis.
It's been a while, probably.
Maybe ever.
Cracker Barrel. Maybe ever.
Cracker Barrel. If there's a line at Cracker Barrel, I'll probably turn rear.
Looks like there's a little movement on this Gulf of Ladue thing. Orson Woods Wacko says, Licks, make an offer. Everything is for sale. I just need your father-in-law's number so I can deal directly with the decision maker.
Nice. Nice.
Got him.
Odd report that is making its way around social media, and now Newsweek is our source here with this story. 3 former Major League Baseball players were reportedly in attendance before a nightclub collapsed in the Dominican Republic, killing 15 people. And initially, it was thought that former Cardinal and World Series champion Octavio Dotel was one of the people who had passed. But moments ago, Newsweek.com updating that Octavio Dotel was trapped in the rubble, but he is alive. So the Cardinal reliever from the 2011 team was making its way around social media this morning that he may have perished in this nightclub collapse early this morning in the Dominican Republic. But now Newsweek is reporting that Octavio Dotel is alive, but he is currently trapped in the rubble of this nightclub collapse in the Dominican that killed 15 people. Also, former MLB players Esteban Hermann and Henry Blanco were present with Dotel, but they left the club. Dotel was still there when it collapsed, but he is alive.
Did it say why it collapsed? Have an earthquake or something?
It was the roof. They were all at a concert. Roof collapsed. But if he's in the rubble, he must be using his phone to communicate. That sounds horrific.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a concert, and the singer reportedly also survived the incident. They are investigating the cause of the collapse while the nightclub is under inspection in the Dominican. So
I got to say that Dotel, not only was he really good during that 2011 stretch, he was a lot of fun to be around. He and Furcal came in. They just had a different personality to it when that crew showed up at the deadline.
Yeah, and a good pitcher, too. He had a good year here.
He pitched for 13 different teams in a 15-year career.
Are our lives that boring that we need to ask a 27-year-old how he spends his weekends? Stop it! That's from Sharon in Clayton. She's also in Sanibel. She's also in Maui, and during certain summer months in Michigan.
Yeah, well, her life's not boring. It's ours. It's boring. That's why we asked.
I was interested. I wanted to know at that age, what do you? Is it a shooting match every Saturday?
No.
And I think you're a little mature for your age.
He's wise.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
You think some of that's because of the town? St. Louis not really a happening nightlife sort of town?
Oh.
Am I wrong?
Jackson?
I mean, there's plenty of places to hang out and have a beverage, but no, it's not Nashville or not Vegas or L.A. or New York, but it has its charms, you know? Mm-hmm. And I kind of like a more low-key going out, not necessarily like going out there in club, not all that kind of stuff.
What was that noise?
Did you hear that right there?
You know, like a lot, like start chewing on a straw. I don't really like doing all that.
Places bumping.
Yeah, so I prefer kind of just like hanging out, hopefully outside. I like going out in the summer months, hanging out on a little patio action.
You know what I like, and that's free parking.
Yeah.
If I can get to a restaurant or something with free parking, that's really good. If I have to pay to park to go into some place to buy a drink or something, no, I didn't like that.
Yeah. Luckily, outside of a handful of places, that's the case. Yeah. Sometimes maybe street parking. Is that okay? Street parking acceptable?
I got to have a bunch of quarters in my pocket now.
Doug,
I got to hit the...
Jackson is being accused of being boring and that St. Louis isn't boring by a number of...
I didn't say St. Louis is boring.
Listeners. Is Jackson mature or boring? That's from the Crystal City Clam Hammer. Sharon in Clayton says, yawn. Oh, yeah. Jackson's a real wild man. That's from the little man in the boat.
Never claimed to be.
Nobody said you were a wild man.
Literally never claimed to be. And if Sharon doesn't want to listen, like, just turn the dial. Like, no, but like, seriously.
She's one of the real housewives.
Would you really text in yawn as opposed to just doing something else with your life? No, I'm serious. Like, come on.
She's just trying to needle you a little bit.
Okay, well, I can fight back a little. Can I not?
Yes, you can.
Yawn.
Was that David Horowitz who had the show Fight Back, Doug? Was that the show Fight Back with David Horowitz? I think so. Fight Back. Yeah. He was the original Elliot Davis.
Fight back.
That's right.
Fight back, Jackie. Fight back.
I'm just not going to sit here with a jelly spine. I'm going to, stand up for myself in the program.
Especially when they say yawn. I mean, that's fighting words right there.
Right. A jab.
When did Andrew Dice Clay join the show? And as I was reading it, I was wondering, what's he talking about? But I believe it's in reference to the
Oh. I thought someone was wearing a denim vest.
I don't think he wore denim. I thought it was
not?
leather.
I could have thought it was leather.
Hickory dickory dock.
It might have been both. It might have been a
Can't
leather
say the
denim
rest.
combo. Fingerless gloves, though.
I got a chance to do a show with the Dice Man, Doug.
What? Oh, really?
I did.
How was he?
A super random anecdote. In 2013, I got to do the Artie Lange show in New York. First night, the guest was Jim Norton. Second night, the guest was Andrew Dice Clay. And if you type it in a search engine, I believe there's either video or an image of Artie Lange during the commercial break talking with Dice, the studio they had. It was in Lower Manhattan. It was incredible. And Artie is standing up, but he's asleep.
Standing like a horse?
I guess so. And he's talking to Dice. And so since Dice realizes that Artie's not necessarily having a good night, unfortunately for him, he then was forced to talk to me during the commercial break, which I bet was a highlight because I know he was a big TMA guy when we were on 1380.
You got what, a show in the morning? You got anyone named after an animal?
Yeah, the cat.
Yeah,
the cat.
Okay.
And he said his son was in a band and it was starting a tour. And I'm just making conversation with the Dice Man. And I said, so what's more exciting for you? When you get a chance to perform and you're selling out stadiums? Because that's what he did. I think he was the first comedian to play like stadiums. Or when you're watching your son play, I think he was playing the Hard Rock Hotel in Vegas when the Hard Rock was a big deal. And he goes, my son, it's my kid. What do you think?
I'm nuts.
That's essentially what he was thinking.
You had to bust your balls.
Yeah, had to bust my balls a little bit.
It seemed like he kind of disappeared, though. Is he still
But then
on
he
the scene?
reinvented himself as like a serious actor.
Blue Jasmine with Woody Allen.
And wasn't he in A Star Is Born?
Yes, he played Lady Gaga's father.
How about that, Doug?
And he was great.
Okay.
He was great. He's also
like he was
Entourage.
Yeah, he was on Entourage.
That's where he wore the denim vest. That's where I got confused.
But it was leather when things were really
Yeah,
young.
when he was popping.
Popping. All right. So when you were on, Tim, were you talking about the Cards lineup? What were you guys talking about?
Just BSing. I was a fan of the program, and his co-host, God, I can't remember, Nick DiPaolo, I think is the name, actually.
Nick Apollo.
No.
Nick
DiPaolo.
Nick DiPaolo.
He left the program, and so they were kind of trying people out, and I went up there and did it, and it was great. It was super fun. Artie couldn't have been cooler. Obviously, he's battled some demons, Martin, as you're probably well aware. Anybody familiar with him knows that. But he could not have been more kind, and my wife was with us, and we went out. He was performing at Gotham Comedy, for those perhaps familiar with the New York landscape, kind of midtownish, maybe lower Manhattan. And he said, I'll get you in, because our show was at night. And we go in there, and he's performing, gets us in. We're sitting down in the green room, me, his fiance, Artie, and my wife. And Gilbert Gottfried comes rolling in.
Oh, really?
And then Susie Essman, who you might know from
Larry
Curb
David,
Your Enthusiasm. That's
Yeah,
right.
Curb.
Couldn't have been more polite. Artie's fiance, attractive, is in particular for Artie's
gifts.
Thank you. Situation. And I recall Gilbert saying, "What do you have, AIDS? Why are you with him?" It was a delightful line.
Pretty good, Godfrey.
Was that good?
That was pretty good. That was pretty
Thank you
good.
very much. Martin's more the impressionist of the program.
I'm going to use that line.
And then Dave Attell was there, and we're about to leave, the four of us, to get dinner before we do our show. I think it started at 10 Eastern. And they say, ladies and gentlemen, performing here tonight as a special for the charity benefit. It was only like a 200-person room, Jerry Seinfeld. And Seinfeld would just come in and try out material. So Artie does a U-turn, and then I'm watching Attell, Gilbert Gottfried, and Artie and Susie Essman all watching Jerry Seinfeld, kind of like... like an NBA player now would watch Jordan or something like that. It was kind of like the reverence for it. So it was super cool, and Artie couldn't have been cooler, and we went out afterwards, and it was me and him walking around Lower Manhattan about 1:30 in the morning, and he was looking for a slice of pizza.
You find it? Seems like something you could find in New York.
He goes, I just need a slice. I just need one slice. Then I'll be good. Oh, Doug. So we'll need to go get a slice after today's program, and then we'll have a Werther's, because Ed said you're prime Werther.
I don't even know what it is.
Doug, Nick DiPaolo had a strong cameo in the Columbus Day episode of Supranuz. How you doing, Doug? That's from Gene Steckschulte's Wicked slide piece.
Oh, now Gene Steckschulte was a pitcher for the Cardinals.
And he had a home run on his first Major League at bat the day after Keith McDonald did. Am I right on that? Was that 2000?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Got to do some show prep.
But I don't know this Nick DiPaolo. I guess I should.
Comedian? I think he went from comedy to kind of going into politics, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that's why they kind of parted ways. I don't know. It was 10 years ago. Anyway.
He's from Massachusetts, Nick DiPaolo.
Email into the program, the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. What do you think, 96 on this?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Ooh, 99 is what I'm getting.
Boy, I might be getting confused with Creep. Am I getting confused with Creep?
I don't know what you're confusing it with.
Option 3 for Real Housewives of TMA's theme song.
I really think you got a production here with this, Doug. Real Housewives of TMA.
I think it could work.
Yeah.
Got a soundtrack, that's for sure.
Yeah, Jackson's really going to be, the budget's going to be high on the licensing fees.
We're going to need a lot of things to fall in the correct order.
Dude, can't we come up with our own music? Don't we have our own band, studio band that we could get? We could use one in here.
Bob Cuban?
Hammer Toe could come up with something for us.
Yeah.
I'd like this to be like the Tonight Show where you got your own little
Doc
band.
Severinsen.
Here.
Yeah. Questlove.
To take us in and out of breaks.
Yeah.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da. And the Tonight Show band.
Was Johnny Carson the first to have like a studio band?
I think it was Byron Allen.
Was it Byron Allen, Doug?
No.
Steve Allen have a band, Doug?
I don't know. It's a little before.
Chevy Chase Show was the first one.
Byron Allen it was essentially the equivalent to brokering time, except in late night television.
Doesn't he own Weather.com?
No, and then he became hugely wealthy, buying
ridiculously wealthy. He's probably the most wealthy of anybody who's ever done late night television. Yes,
he owns all kinds of TV stations around the country.
In the late '80s, early '90s, he would on Sunday nights. You have Carson and Letterman during the week. But then on Sunday nights, Byron Allen would come out and you'd go, why has this guy got a show? And then it turns out, I think he just bought his own time.
Yeah. I mean, he owns like Weather Channel. He's got equity in Sinclair Broadcast. He tried
Cardinal viewers.
Tried buying the Denver Broncos. Tried buying BET Media Group. Yeah.
Maybe he wants to buy the Bengals and bring them here. What do you think about that?
Now we're talking.
The Cardinals losing last night, and Ali Marmol talked about what they saw from Matthew Liberatore in the loss.
Could see that coming, that car wreck coming. Tim's talking about it. I can see Jackson was over here doing clerical work. I thought there's no way he's going to be ready for said drop.
I wish the timing was
Yeah, left some of those sliders up with 2 strikes, and they got hit. Bart got him early for that homer, but outside of that, I thought he settled in well. Mixing some changeups, got some strikes with it. Slider was a big pitch for him. Mixed it in quite a bit and landed it well. And sinker fastball. I mean, the overall mix was good. So for him to get us into the 7th inning was important, and he did a nice job with that. So yeah, he navigated a little bit of traffic in that 1 inning, but outside of that, he was good. I mean, that's what starters do. Everything's not going to be perfect. You got to figure out a way to pitch through some traffic and get through those innings and still go back out and throw up zeros. And he's shown the ability to do that up to this point. So we'll continue to build off of starts like today. It was good to get the pitch count up a little bit further. But overall, I thought he showed well.
89 pitches for Liberatore, and he gave up 8 hits, walked none, struck out 7, and got it to the 7th when the Cardinals needed that to happen. He was probably going to be in a spot where he was just going to have to eat it, even if he was getting rocked.
That Pirates pitcher looked pretty good. Carmen Mlodzinski, I don't like the way he spells his name at all, but he looked pretty good.
Wilson Contreras continues to struggle. Brad Thompson, when he joined us yesterday, made the observation he's having a really tough time identifying breaking balls and spin in particular, and then chasing them, and we saw him do that last night as well. En route to another 0-4 night, this time 0-for-4, 2 strikeouts, and he is hitting a .03, Doug.
At least we're not paying him much or for very long. And he's at a position where you don't really expect to have much offense.
3 for 3.
So you signed him for, what was it, $85 million to be the Molina replacement. And now you're a little over 2 years in, and your catcher is Joel Pozo. Some guy named... Some Joel Pozo.
What's the deal with you bring up a catcher and they just automatically hit bombs?
Joel Pozo, who last played in the bigs in 2021 with the Texas Rangers. I think he might have homered in his first game for the Rangers. So just keep shipping them in and out.
Yeah, just keep bringing catchers up. They're going to hit something.
Every Cardinal fan is saying, I was hoping they'd play Pozo.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, well, they got their wish last night, Martin, in front of 8,200 plus.
And at first base, there are several options better than Contreras and Burleson and Baker and maybe Gorman.
You want to see the delightful, pleasant gentleman?
One of the 3. If Contreras,
Baker got legs like a trunk.
Okay. I mean, you're not going to give up on Contreras, 10 games into the season. I understand that. But if
they did give up on him catching a month into the season 2 years ago.
But if it goes like this for, a month and a half, don't you owe it at least to the other players to put your best lineup out there regardless of who's making what on a contract?
Yeah.
4-6 after the 3-0 start. 0-4 on the road trip. Now you are. Mason Wynn's been hitting on the trip. Donnie Baseball, Brendan Donovan's hitting 375, but Paul Skenes awaits today.
Yes, he does,
Good
and
luck
he'll
with
be
that.
countered by Shunny Gray in a start where they'll need him to pitch like the ace they thought they were shining last offseason.
He carries a baseball wherever he goes. How about career numbers against Paul Skenes? If I told you 2 Cardinal players have very good numbers against Paul, can you give me the 2?
I would guess maybe Donovan, since he kind of pretty good at making contact.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
No.
Not him.
No.
So we're wildly guessing that.
Burleson and Arenado are both 4 for 9 against Paul. How about that?
That's a hell of a fun fact.
I think Arenado's got a homer. Now, he was sick last night.
That's right.
Not
He was in the lineup and then got scratched.
So hopefully he's back tonight. He is 4 for 9 against Paul Skenes, but things are getting away from this squad, Doug.
Feels like it. Last night was really kind of depressing, where you're going into a city where there's nobody in the stadium and the team is lousy and you're out of the game and a few innings in. Just kind of depressing.
You think the Pirates were motivated to avenge the loss by the Penguins 4 days earlier?
Probably that's what got under their skin, I would imagine.
It would be telling if you get Paul Skenes and still nobody goes, even though it's early in the year. If you can't attract, and I understand they're frustrated, much like St. Louis fans, they're frustrated with the overall operation. But you tell them Paul Skenes is pitching. If nobody shows up tonight, like when are you going to show up to see
GQ's own Paul Skenes. Did you see his him and Livy Dunn's interview with GQ?
What'd they have to say?
Not a lot of personality out of Mr. Skenes.
Oh,
well,
he seems like a really good guy, though.
Seems like I'm not judging.
He just attacked his personality.
You can be a really good person and just not have a ton of personality on like a GQ style interview, whereas Livy Dunn is like a ball of personality.
Did you read it and then text GQ yawn?
No, it was in video form.
Well, the Pirates fans, I guess they have an excuse. They went like 2 decades without making the playoffs, so it's it's ingrained in their system now that the team is horrible and that we don't like the Pirates and we're not going.
It's a
the
shame,
Cardinals,
too.
it happened really quickly. Really quick.
I think the Pirates have a claim for top 5 baseball cap in all of Major League Baseball.
Oh, wow.
Which
Uniform
one?
redirect?
The black one with
the black with the yellow P.
P?
Yeah. I think that's outstanding.
I thought you were going worst sports franchise.
Yeah, I thought he was going to throw him in there with the Ducks and the
Wizards.
Angels and the
No,
Wizards.
the uniforms are too good for them to be the worst franchises.
Okay.
Truly. I think the Pirates uniforms are outstanding.
You think they're banking on that this year?
Doug, if you want to go, let's say you want to go with one of your sons on Friday night to take on the Phillies, you can get into the ballpark for $17 on Friday night.
Seems high. Seems high. I bought them for $3 last year.
Doug's like, I got to pay to park?
I like free parking. There were times last year, right? I got tickets for like $3, and they were like 10 rows off the field.
Yeah.
And the fees were more than the tickets themselves.
I was hopeful, both for the team and being a St. Louisan and a Cardinal fan, but also to see what would happen attendance-wise if the team could have a good road trip through Boston and Pittsburgh, coming back to take on a team that, is going to be good. I don't know if they'll be Dodger good, although they got the Dodgers this past weekend in the Phillies, and see what the attendance would be, especially when the weather's warming up and you're going to have that Phillies lineup and pitching staff in town. And instead, the momentum for the Cardinals coming off of the first 2 series, going 4-2, is flat out dead.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's hope they get it turned around, because we don't want another 6-month season where it's hopeless. I mean, it gets to be a long summer around here without the Cardinals to pull for and root, thinking that they're in the hunt, in the playoff chase somehow.
We got a UFL team and we got an MLS team.
Yeah, but they only play once a week.
Both at home on Sunday.
Yeah.
I
Going
got
up against the Cardinals, Mark.
I got tickets here. You want to go to the Cardinals? Do you want to go to the city? The Doggies are playing Columbus with that Schulte in goal, St. Louis's own. And then you have the Bedhawks. They're playing the D.C. Defenders at 2 o'clock. I don't know where people park over at the...
Where can I get some free parking?
There's not a lot of great parking options over there.
No.
At the Dome?
At the Dome, yeah.
Cardinals have not announced their starter for the opener on Friday night, but Aaron Nola will start. The Phillies will throw Sanchez, Doug, and then Zach Wheeler.
Well, they seem confident in who they want to roll out. We're like, yeah, we'll get back to you on that.
Well, the Cardinals will counter Sanchez with Michaelis and Wheeler with Liberatore. So,
no.
They got good pitching?
They got good pitching. We don't have good pitching. They got a good monitor. We got a good monitor. They got a good ball club. We got, well, maybe a good ball club.
Always making the B-fib happy.
Wow, Jackson, why do you hate Paul Skenes? That's from Big Tough.
I don't.
You really let him have it.
I just not a lot of personality.
Okay.
Which is fine.
It's going to be really awkward when he calls at 10 o'clock.
No, it's fine. You know, like he's an outstanding pitcher. He does not need to be, you know, Mr. Joke Man. But
Mr. Joke Man.
Mr. Joke Man. But, you know, I just threw it out there.
Okay. Well, we'll see if he's Mr. Joke Man tonight.
No, I mean, again, just I love watching him pitch. He's the kind of pitcher I like to watch, you know. Heat, control, what does he call it, the splinker pitch, the splitter and sinker is just filthy. I really like watching him, even if the Cardinals aren't playing.
Doggies game over any of those other games this weekend. We got about 5,000 supporters over in Kansas. Fun time. It's from the Veiled Prophet, who sounds like he was heading, or he did head to the game against Sporting KC this weekend, Kansas.
That place is almost always full. People love it, the experience. You're in the stadium. Be nice if they scored a goal every once in a while.
Just,
yeah. 4 goals in 7 games.
That's horrible. 4 goals in 7 games?
4 goals in 7. And both the 2 wins featured the 4 goals. So in the other 5, they've been shut out. 5 of 7 games they've been shut out.
I just felt the way that the Team USA roster is built, they would have to outscore their opponents to win.
You can't get that analysis from just anywhere. That's why these guys make so much money.
Email into the program the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today comes your way on the Stiefel dossier at 10:45. A surprise guest. A lot of buzz about this surprise guest. 9 out of 10 is Martin's rating scale on this one. And intriguing to the audience. Jackson's just not familiar with this person.
I think in terms of audience enjoyment, like Big Walt last week.
What a delight.
It just turned, the segment was fun, lively, good banter. I think Tim and Doug will rather enjoy the banter.
Can't wait. Okay. It's coming your way here in a half hour. It's TMA 101 ESPN. All right, here we go. The forecast after today. We've got some wonderful weather coming, and that means it's time to start spending more time outside. And are you looking at your outdoor living space and saying, we can improve this? Well, you absolutely can do so with aesthetic design and build. And now is the time to reach out to them and see what they can do for your home and your outdoor living space. They specialize on full-on custom deck work, truly synonymous with the best custom work you are going to find. That's Dan and his team, and they have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. I have met with them. I have had them to my home, and I can tell you're going to like them, and you're going to love the work that they can provide for you. Give them a call at 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Is this going to be on the Real Housewives of TMA?
I would think so.
I think it's
jam.
Underscore, like during an emotional, because likely there'd be an emotional.
Like Brio's closing?
Well, yeah, like some of the video diary stuff, talking into the camera.
Yeah, there'll be tears. There'll be some waterworks.
This is like in the promo,
Uh-huh. People so disappointed in the show, they're brought to tears.
Is that what they're crying about? What's the goal of this?
So maybe have the maybe two of the Real Housewives of TMA. They're driving eastbound on 40. Some call it I-64, and it's it's 2 p.m, and you just hit a wall of traffic because again, Doug, the highway shut down in 2008 to fix it, and the traffic actually has gotten worse.
Did nothing.
And two of the housewives hit that wall of traffic at 2 p.m, and there's nothing going on in downtown. And then all of a sudden you start hearing, "Can you stand the rain?" Underscore.
Here it comes.
Wow, I like this. I like what you're doing with this show.
I'm trying to think of other emotional moments that would trigger that. Like the Ledoux Starbucks is out of Frappuccinos or something that would elicit cheers on
that kind of response.
Milk.
Yeah. You can get involved on the program by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com, by calling in 314-974-0101, and you can text in as well, as many are doing and do throughout the program. And candidly, many of them are scathing. 314-399-9646, or you can just gather with your friends at youtube.com/TMASTL. Friends like DJ Patty Cakes and Why Bill's Holes is in there talking to the 830 Recreator, and Why Bazooka Tooth 75 is in there, and he's talking it over with John Scores and Droid Effects.
What's a Bazooka Tooth?
Jackson?
I think we couldn't really nail it down. However, if you have some of that bazooka gum that used to be taped to a baseball card that was harder than glass, I feel like you might have a bazooka tooth after that.
You could. Yeah.
That's what you're talking about. Okay. Martin's got a big surprise guest coming up here in 23 minutes. Ken Rosenthal has this in his story on Vladimir Guerrero's extension, $500 million for the Blue Jays first baseman. At the tail end of the story in The Athletic, owners are already agitating for a cap. Players already are bracing for a lockout. Commissioner Rob Manfred all but promised when the current collective bargaining agreement expires after the 2026 season, it need not come to that. The parties can address issues of payroll disparity, a very real one in this sport, in numerous other ways. But then he wraps up the column. So I was curious what the numerous other ways would be. And I know he's talked about and written about it, and Ken Rosenthal, from my standpoint, is 10 out of 10 when it comes to being a reporter and columnist. I just happen to disagree with him on this, and he is vehement that the game doesn't need to shut down and that there does not need to be, should not be a salary cap. And he is saying that the fact that the Blue Jays gave this kind of deal to Guerrero is evidence.
Well, I guess if you're a huge market team, you don't want a salary cap. If you're Yankees, Dodgers, Mets, Boston, Cubs, and Toronto's a huge market too. I guess if you're bringing in that kind of money, you don't want a salary cap because a lot of the teams, most of the teams can't compete with you.
But what's really wrong is a system or broken, is the Pirates make money every year by not trying. So I guess these wealthier teams, in a sense, are saying, we'll just pay you to be bad. And let us kind of have the run of the league here. At the end of the year, you get a check. There's something wrong.
I don't think they try to be bad. They probably just don't try to spend a whole lot to be better. They keep telling themselves, well, with these young players, we just might contend this year. Oh, again, we're not contending. Oh, well.
Well, salary floor I would imagine, come with a cap. That goes, from my standpoint, without saying, although I suppose they could surprise me. And one of the things that would be wonderful, and I realize it's absolutely not happening, but if there could be some kind of relegation system.
Wouldn't that be
Jackson, that made you experience rap joy.
That's the reason, that's how sports should work. Like, you have to have some sort of penalty for being terrible. Instead, you get rewarded sometimes with a better draft pick. And I get why they do it that way, but yeah, relegation it will never happen. But it is the answer. If there was a threat that you'd be dropped to a worse league because you perform so poorly, you'd perform better.
Yeah, the Pirates would likely be an A-ball at this point. They might be taking on the Grizzlies this summer as opposed to hosting the Cardinals.
The owners would never go for that.
Right, because they acquired a major league asset.
It would lessen the value of their team.
No doubt.
So it wouldn't happen. But I'm just saying, you already know going into the season that 15 teams are not competing.
Yep.
I bitch plenty about the college football schedule and how schools, sure, there are 12 games, but approximately a third of them are free wins. But fans are expected to pay the season tickets to see even those teams that have no chance. And now Major League Baseball in the offseason has a system in which really 70% or higher don't have a chance to compete for the players in the open market. And then on the other side of it, a number of teams are going to be bankrolled in part by the luxury tax from the wealthier teams while they just kind of mess around and already, see that they're out of contention and we're in the second week of the season.
You put the Cardinals in that group of teams that has no chance?
No, I wouldn't say that because of the division they're in. But as far as effort in the offseason goes, I don't know if you could be any lower. Outside of course, the Michael Hermann acquisition.
Friendly show.
Don't sleep on that.
So if there was, I'm asking in a general sense here, if there was a proposal of a salary cap, do you think the players or the owners would push back on it more?
I can't believe that question was asked.
Why would the owners push back on it?
I'm thinking like some of the big dog owners and the one like Steve Cohen who spends a ton of money and finds his advantage that way.
No, it's still better for his business if he has a salary cap.
Because then he says, not my fault. I wanted to give you $1 billion. I'm not allowed to.
No, the players, I don't know if there is a more important off-the-field issue in any sport to groups of players than the MLB Players Association not being the generation to give in on the salary cap. So that is essentially what you are charged with from the generations that came before you, is to not be the one to acquiesce and give in on a salary cap. And so that is why I really do think we are looking at a potential long-term baseball shutdown following 2026.
Yeah.
I think we've hit the point where they're just going to have to do it. Yeah. They're just going to have to suck it up and miss the season if they have to.
Football and basketball players are in the league with a salary cap, and they make ridiculous money. It's not necessarily like you're going to automatically make less money because there's a salary cap, especially if it's like a soft cap with heavy luxury tax. Steve Cohen's already spending a ton of money. He'll go into a second apron of a luxury tax. Nikola Jokic is going to make $60 million this year.
If you turn on any NFL game, it kind of feels like an NFL game. If you watch a Dodgers game and then flip to a Pirates game, it feels like two different leagues. It's not even the same sport even. And how does that exist? I mean, how is that sustainable maybe? Or as from a fan, not even an economic standpoint, from fan interest at some point, it's like, well, this is stupid.
That's exactly right. I'm really confused by, and I don't want to. It would not be fair to, and it would be wrong, actually, I think, ethically, to say people are in the tank or in the pocket. I think people just love the game, and I think Ken Rosenthal loves the game. But I'm really surprised by somebody who loves the game and knows it as well as he does, that he has the position that he has. I think you can be a huge advocate for the game that you cover, Jay Billis being one, and still be critical of college basketball, for example. Ken Rosenthal loves the game he covers, but I'm stunned that he thinks that the current order of business is sustainable. It is not, and that is one of the reasons, in addition to their decades of failure, that you saw 8,200 people, at least announced, in Pittsburgh last night for the Cardinal game.
If there is a lockout and we miss a season, it would be pretty good timing for the Cardinals. Maybe some of the younger players get better over the course of a year, not have to suffer another beatdown of a season. If it's ever going to happen for the Cardinals, it might as well happen at a time when you're not very good.
2027 would be the season that wouldn't exist, for the record. Plenty of people texting in. A salary cap will not fix the differences between the Dodgers and the Pirates. The owners are putting their shortcomings on the players. That's from the 516.
I'm not sure that makes any sense.
Oh, no. What would I do without baseball? That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike. And Doug, it sounds like he's communicating that he doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, stop it, Mudjack.
XFL League and NFL would be cool to see the relegation be an act. The soccer leagues in England have it right, but you're correct. It will not happen. That is from the 314.
Those soccer owners bought the teams knowing relegation was a possibility.
Right. Yeah, it won't be happening in Major League Baseball, where your asset can go from being worth $4 billion to, if you're playing in Double-A,
right,
something millions. You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text line. And Martin's got a big surprise guest coming up at 10 o'clock, a 9 out of 10. Doug and I were in the dark. The only reason why we believe it's hockey related is because Jackson doesn't know who the person is. There's a chance it could be Mario Lemieux, Doug.
And again, the guessing game tends to elevate the expectation. Somebody earlier on said, "Oh, it's Gretzky."
That was me.
Oh,
I always
Tim
default
said that.
to 99.
99. I've never tried to get Gretzky on. Let me make a little note.
Guys, maybe the Cardinals slogan should be "Your baseball Cardinals rooting for a lockout so we have time to be less terrible." That's from Shooter McGavin. Would that go on a T-shirt?
It might.
A little worthy.
Could go on the adult sweatshirt.
The mystery
adult sweatshirt.
Yeah.
You can email in as well. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. That is coming your way at approximately 10:45 on our Stiefel dossier. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on the TMA STL YouTube channel. If you are someone who is looking to purchase a home or refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things. Well, let me make it easy for you. You can call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation, and you can do so directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. 4440, or you can just Google the Bagel Loan. If it's a new home you are looking to purchase, he's going to get you the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible. He also has that Bagel Loan that can help you out, too. You might wonder, well, what is the Bagel Loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie's your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Florida Gators are national champions once again. 65-63 defeat over the Houston Cougars. That's the third national championship for Florida Gators men's basketball. Third one since going back-to-back 2007-2008. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy. Together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Surprise guest is 7 minutes away, Doug, and I cannot wait to find out what we got here. Yeah. Martin doesn't usually hype him up, but when he says 9 out of 10 for this surprise guest at 10 o'clock, brother, I'm dialed in.
It's all very exciting.
And it's all, the number is always based on the enjoyment level that you will get and the audience as well. The banter. The banter is what it's all about.
Doug, new column just dropped on ESPN.com. With projecting the 2025-2026 season for college basketball's Sweet 16. What?
We don't even know who's going to be on the teams.
Don't you want to know how they're going to do?
There's no way of knowing because we don't know who's going to be on what team.
Don't you want to know if Florida can repeat just like they did with Noah in 2006, 2007?
Joakim? I suppose.
Corey Brewer. Al Horford.
Al Horford was in the building in San Antonio last night.
Did Jim Nance cry last night? I didn't see any video of that.
Oh, wow, yeah.
He cried on Saturday when they had the epic
Did they show
comeback.
it all?
Yes.
They did. I did not see him.
Yeah, they showed
After the game?
No, not during the game they showed them. I don't know about after the game.
Jackson, would you rather be Missouri losing to Drake nearly 3 weeks ago or Houston losing like that without even firing the last bullet in your chamber?
The latter.
Okay, fair enough.
The latter, all day.
Better to have
loved and lost than
being there.
Sat online on a burner?
Fooled again?
Being there would just be, I mean, it'd be the first time
Because you would
make
have
the
had all
Final
those
Four.
moments leading up to it that they
100%.
can't take away from you.
No. And
Houston's epic win over Duke. We'll never forget it.
Would you have found a way to get to San Antonio to be at that game if that had been Mizzou last night playing?
I don't know.
Oh, you would have.
But I'm not going to break the bank.
Yeah.
No, but I like to sit in a football stadium. I'd have to spend so much money to get a decent seat. I'd be just fine watching at home where I watched every single game prior.
This show the people would have sent you.
I don't need it.
Somebody would have sent a plane. Somebody would have had
I like
ticket.
having the broadcast. I like watching the replay.
You like doing your YouTube live stream?
I like, yeah.
Oh, right there. Shot at the people, the 450 who celebrated Missouri Drake with you.
It was fun. But, I like to just kind of watch and not feel like I have to be on. You know what I'm saying?
Doug, when people see Jackson out in public, they want him to be on.
Well, certainly if I'm going to be on a live stream, it's just me sitting there in a box.
When you're in public, do you feel like a showman?
Sometimes.
Nice. I like that.
Right.
We're going to find out who this showman is that's going to join us at 10 o'clock. The surprise guest is next on TMA. Closing out the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded downtown in St. Louis in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today, and they are very proud to call St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and now with the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. They're not just a holistic wealth management firm, Stifel. They also provide traditional banking services offered through Stifel Bank. Own your own company? Yes. They also have a full-service bank. Basically, whether you're an individual or an institution, when it comes to finance, Stifel has an option for you. Success meets success at Stifel. Stifel and TMA got a nice ring to it. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Surprise, surprise.
Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
All right, Doug. Let's find out what we got here.
I'm just going to say this. One of my all-time favorites. Our time was short-lived but memorable, and I think sports fans in St. Louis would agree with that assessment. Caller to the show. Welcome in. How are you?
Caller to the show. You guys got it. How y'all today?
Guys?
I don't have it yet.
51 games in St. Louis, but rather memorable.
Okay, all right. Let's give him a little pop quiz. Had the same name and same jersey.
Will Clark.
number.
Doug got it. Doug got it. Wow.
I was starting to go down that road, Doug. Nicely done.
Will, I wanted to know, what was the clue you were going to throw out there? I like that.
Yeah.
I said same name and same jersey number as another former Cardinal.
Clark, 22.
Jack Clark.
Is that right? I didn't know they
Yeah,
shared
both
the
22.
same-
51 games, 12 homers, 42 RBIs in the fall of 2000, and about 1,000 memorable sound bites, putting us all in our place and putting Rick Ankiel and J.D. Drew in their place.
Yeah, you would have them fetch you the king of beers following games, Will, and I always thought that was wonderful.
Yeah, making sure those crazy guys get broken in the right way.
There is a texter to this show, and it simply says they have their text-in names. It says Will Clark's post-game bevy.
Yep.
That's the name of the texter. It lives on.
Did somebody break you?
How you guys been? Y'all been all right?
We're all right. I was just wondering if someone broke you in when you broke in with the Giants as a rookie. Was there someone who showed you the ropes there?
Oh yeah, I had more than one. I had several people show me the ropes. So some of them were a little harder on me. Some of them were a little easier on me. But I think every rookie gets a little taste of it. So
I feel like you could take it, right? Or did you give it back even as a rookie?
No, I took it. Because it's kind of where you had come from. It was the same thing being a freshman in college and stuff like that on the team. So. It's part of baseball. It's part of baseball's rituals. You guys know and the fans know that, rookies get dressed up and, stuff like that. And so it's part of it. And you laugh and giggle and you move on and you become, part of the family. And then that's how you also create team chemistry.
I've had a number of guys, Will, who were part of that 2000 Cardinal team, and you were a part of some great teams, obviously the Giants being what most would remember you for, but that 2000 Cardinal team saying it was one of the most fun clubhouses that they were a part of in their career. And when you look at the 2000 Cardinals, for those who maybe in Jackson's case here would be too young to remember, or for baseball fans in the area who might not necessarily know exactly who is on that team, I just read through the order. Matheny, McGuire, Vigna, Renteria, Tatis, Langford, Edmonds, Drew, Eric Davis, Sean Dunston, of course, our guest, Will Clark, Eduardo Perez, and that's just the position players. Then you had Darryl Kyle, Rick Ankiel, Pat Henkin, who won a Cy Young, Andy Bennis, Matt Morris, Cardinal Hall of Famer, Alan Bennis, who had a great start to his career before shoulder injury. Jesse Orozco was on that team. People can go back to 1986 and him throwing his glove in the air when the Mets beat the Red Sox. And that clubhouse, I remember being in there. That clubhouse was littered with personalities and some energy.
Yeah, exactly. And it was a great ball club for Tony La Russa because it was kind of veteran laden, and he put all the trust into the veterans to keep control of the clubhouse, and then he would take care of what we needed to do on the field. And we went about our job the right way because everybody, like you said before, just a good group of characters, and people knew how to get themselves ready for the game, go out there and deal. And the one thing that you mentioned the pitching staff. Needless to say, you got some big names in the lineup, but the pitching staff did a fabulous job, and that was one of the reasons why the Cardinals won the pennant that year and went on and beat the Braves in the playoffs.
You were clearly energized when you got here. Part of that playoff push, those numbers that I mentioned. Were you tempted at all to come back the next year?
Oh, yeah, I was definitely tempted to come back the next year. My wife and I, we had a son who was autistic. I had seen a lot of improvement in him the off season before, so it was kind of in the back of my mind that it might be the end. But at the same time, when I got over to St. Louis, and thank you, fans, because St. Louis is freaking baseball heaven. And then to basically go off for about 3 months, including the playoffs, you're definitely tempted to come back. But Big Mac was having surgery. He was going to be the first baseman, and so Tony La Russa said, you're either going to have to be a utility guy or an outfielder. And I was like, oh my God, that's the old dog new tricks thing. And so I just decided it was time to call it a career. But I was very fortunate enough that Tony La Russa and the coaching staff wanted me to come back for the next few years and do some special assistant type of stuff. And so I came back for the next 3 years and was able to see Albert Pujols, start his Hall of Fame career and the next crop of, great Cardinal players come through.
You may have had one of the best first at-bats in the history of Major League Baseball when the first swing you took was a home run off Nolan Ryan. What was that moment like? That was pretty special. I mean, you're facing Nolan Ryan, and you're like, oh my God, you're shaking in your pants because you've never seen anything this hard before, and I had a game plan. I was looking for a ball away, and he left one out over the plate, and when I hit it, center field in the Astrodome, you're like, oh, that ball ain't going out. And it went out, and I was like, oh my God. And so then you fast forward a little bit, and when I got traded over to the Cardinals, the team was in Montreal. I went up there and played and did real well up there. Had a few homers and some RBIs and stuff like that. We came back to St. Louis, and the fans gave me a standing ovation. First at bat there in Busch Stadium, and I had to wait till everybody sat back down. They sat back down. Tom Glavine threw a first pitch fastball, and I whacked another homer in the left center for first at bat as a Cardinal in Busch Stadium. Everybody stood back up, gave me another standing ovation. I'm like, oh, I can get used to this. You must have thought at the start with that home run off Ryan that this Major League Baseball is going to be pretty easy.
No. I knew a lot better than that because you have the first homer, your first at bat, and I'm sitting there on the bench, and I don't know why. Every time something major happened to me, like this sense of calm would always come over me. And so I'm sitting on the bench, and I look to my side, and there's one of my veterans that you guys had talked about before was Chili Davis. And I looked at Chili, and I go, he's going to drill me next time up. He goes, oh, hell yeah. I'm walking up there for my second at bat against Nolan Ryan. The first thing I'm thinking of is I'm out of here, and he was in his windup, and I already started going down to the ground when the ball buzzed by the tower there.
So he did throw at you?
Oh, he threw at me. You bet your ass he threw at me.
Oh gosh!
And he threw at me a few more times after that too, and he got me one time, but I deserved it.
But fun fact for no one tell, and Will, I would imagine you are aware of this, although it'd be wonderful if you didn't know this. Will Clark holds the record for most home runs against Hall of Famer Nolan Ryan with 6 home runs. Wow. How about that?
No wonder he was throwing at you.
Yeah, that's the truth there, and that's why I said he got me later on because I had 1988. I had hit 4 off of him in the span of 2 games, and I knew it was coming. I just kind of turned and was going to just suck it up, and he caught me right in between the shoulder blades with about 1,000 miles an hour. And the whole time I'm running down to first base, I'm like, oh, my God, that hurt. That's the first thing I'm saying. And then the second thing I'm saying is, whatever you do, don't look at the big bastard because I know he's staring at you.
Will Clark's our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN, the surprise guest. Martin, you were right. 9 out of 10.
I told people are loving it.
For the listener experience. I'm curious. We've never had a chance to get your perspective on this. It's such a significant moment for those who are around and old enough to remember it. I would imagine they remember in detail what took place in October of 2000. But then the story was completed with an incredible Hollywood-like ending, and that's with Ricky Ankiel, who we were joking around about, but you really did have both J.D. Drew and Ricky Ankiel fetch you Budweisers following games. I witnessed it. It was wonderful. And Rick and I about the same age, so I saw it happening. You're at first base as you see him losing his ability to throw the ball, and I believe he was starting against...
Basically imploding is what you're saying?
Yes, indeed. Imploding, and really never, ever got it back as far as a pitcher. But to his credit, I mean, it's just unbelievable that after all the injuries and the mental issues with throwing the ball, he goes back down to the minor leagues and then climbs his way through all the way to get 2007, and in his first game back in the major leagues, hits a home run. It was like a movie. I'm curious, number one, what you were thinking as you saw that happening in game one of the playoffs. And I believe, like I said, I think Maddox was starting for the Braves. And number two, what you think about what he was able to do in reinventing himself as a major league outfielder.
Well, there's a few thoughts to that, and you kind of hit the nail on the head. I mean, you know, we're in game one of the playoffs against the Braves, and believe it or not, we went out. He got 3 up, 3 down in the first inning. And we went out there and we got 6 runs off of Greg Maddox in the first inning, which never happens, you know. And so we come back out for the top of the second, and I don't know, he throws a pitch or two, and then whammo, he throws one up on the screen. And I'm like, uh-oh, that didn't look good. And then he throws another pitch, and then whammo up on the screen. And I'm looking at La Russa in the dugout, and La Russa's like, go talk to him. I go, what the hell you want me to tell him? Not to do that? You know? And so I go out to the mound, and I go, okay, Rick, evidently we're having a release party issue, you know? And he goes, yeah. He can barely breathe. His eyeballs are wide open, you know? And I'm like, all right, take a deep breath. I said, let's do this. I said, let's go ahead and throw a breaking ball right here. I said, that will get your arm down, your arm slot down. I said, and your fastball won't ride up as much. He goes, okay. And then I get back to first base, and I look at La Russa, and La Russa goes, well, and I go, I don't know. We'll see. And the next pitch, you know, we just got through talking about throwing a breaking ball. He throws a fastball up on the screen. And I go, holy crap. And then he throws another 1 or 2 more up there. And I look at Tony, and Tony's giving me the what's going on here. And I go, you better get somebody up in the pen in a hurry now. And I went back out to the mound, and I need to clean up the language quite a bit, but it basically said that, hey, that big screen that's behind home plate is not a pitch back when we were kids. When you throw it up there, it don't come back to you. And so anyway, needless to say, Rick got pulled, and we wound up winning the series. And as you alluded to, you know, Rick had to re-transform himself, which, you know, to his credit was unbelievable. And, I congratulate him on that. And he wound up having a pretty decent big league career.
Yeah, that was something else, man. You guys, I mean, you sweep the Braves, but then you're already down against the Mets because you're now down the guy who started game one. La Russa always has taken responsibility and feels bad. I think he really does still feel badly about that because he feels like he might have messed with his head by sending Darryl Kyle in for the game one press conference to not put the pressure on Ankiel as a rookie. I think he had just turned 21. And then Mike Matheny feels terribly because he feels like if he would have been behind the plate and not cut himself on that hunting knife, that he would have been able to calm him down. And so both guys feel like they played a role in something that I don't know if really either one of those things mattered, Will.
Yeah, no, and you know, you can always sit there and look and say, what if, but then, you know, I know you guys have seen it before. I've seen it plenty of times, and it really is tough to watch is when guys go through the yips.
Yep.
Rick had it happen to him. I saw Steve Sachs when he was with the Dodgers. I saw Chuck Knobloch when he was with the Yankees and the Twins. And it really is, I mean, it's gruesome to watch because, here's a major leaguer that's been doing this his whole life, and he just absolutely loses it. And, it's tough.
Hit 303 for his career batting average 303. Will the Thrill Clark, our guest on the show. If you'd only had a torpedo bat, maybe you could have done more damage. I love asking Will about the current game. You're still working with the Giants, right?
Yeah, I'm still working with the Giants. I'm one of their special hitting instructors.
All right, what do you think right now? I think we've talked in the past about analytics, things like that. Is there a balance, what is Will the Thrill teaching the kids?
So, the two-part question there. The torpedo bat. I do a podcast on Tuesdays with Eric Burns, and we went over this thing, and I just annihilated the torpedo bat guys because basically what you're doing is you're rewarding a guy for getting jammed his whole life. All right, you haven't worked on your craft enough. You don't know how to hit the ball on the barrel of the bat. You're getting the crap jammed out of you, and what they do now is they go ahead and they move, the weight and the barrel of the bat down so that you can actually get, a little happy ending, shall we say, for hell jammed out of you, And so for me, as a guy who worked on my craft every day in, day out to perfect it, it's a form of cheating, and I hate it. And then second off, as far as analytics goes, hey, look, there is a time and a place for analytics. If you come up to me and you say, well, this guy throws 77% fastballs away, well, then I'm going to buy into that program. I'm going to look fastball away. But there's also those times where you need a little gut instinct. So, if that guy who throws 77% fastballs away, if he can't locate his fastball, well, guess what? He's going to have to throw something else for a strike, and then I'm going to have to adjust on the fly. And that's what analytics does not teach you.
Well, I remember the game very early in your career in St. Louis where you slid into second, and I guess Jose Oquendo didn't like it, and Ozzie didn't like it. Yep. Next thing you know, you had four guys trying to punch you out. Are you okay with those guys now, or does that kind of thing linger over the years?
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that. I mean, back then it was boys being boys, and the funny part of that was, when I got traded over to the Cardinals in 2000, Jose Oquendo was our third base coach, and we went out and had beers and laughed and giggled and yucked it up and said, hey, it's just part of being who we were back then, and being aggressive and stuff like that.
And in '87, fans were all over. Leonard got all the boos, but it was Chili Davis who made the Cowtown reference. And I always thought it was Jeffrey Leonard who was Cowtown, but that was Chili. Leonard was one flap down. And boy, that was heated.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the whole time that's all going on, I'm like, oh, geez, way to rile up a whole city against you. It's not bad enough that we got to face this Cardinal pitching staff, but now we got a whole city against us. So, hey, look, it was different back then. It's the game, needless to say, is quite a bit different now. But we kind of took care of our own business on the field back then.
Will Clark, our surprise guest here on TMA. Hey, I'm curious. I mean, I was looking while we were having the conversation about you in the Baseball Hall of Fame. I feel like as I'm reading, there's certainly some momentum for it. How do you view that? I mean, I know you have such appreciation and love and still follow the game. In 2006, when Will was on the ballot for the first time, 4.4% of the total. I kind of feel like if you were on it now, there would be more appreciation than perhaps then. What is your opinion on it?
I got into baseball because of the challenge. I got in because, I love to beat the odds, one guy trying to beat, 8 or 9 other guys chasing the ball around. So, if it comes about, great. If not, I understand. And, one of the things that I tell everybody is, the people that vote on it never played the game. They don't know how hard the game is. And so, it's you're being judged strictly on numbers and not your value to the team. You're not value to your organization or your city, whatever it is. So, a few years back in 2022, the Giants retired my jersey number, so nobody can wear 22 in the Giants organization no more. And for me, and I even said it in my speech, that was my Hall of Fame, and that's what I contend. If I make the Hall of Fame, great. If not, I'm in every other Hall of Fame leading up to that one. So I'm okay with that.
What I love about Will is he's just who he is through and through. So this is about a year and a half ago. It was late in the 23 season. I texted him, said, "Hey, you want to hop on the radio show?" Did a little conversation. He said, "Can't. Hunting right now." I said, "Fair enough." And then he sends me a picture like 6 dead boars, and I thought, well, you didn't have to. I believed you. The one question I think I've always wanted to ask: did JD ever say, "No, get your own beard, redneck"?
No, JD did not, because I'd have made his life miserable.
Oh, no.
Yeah. JD did not turn down the Thrills' request for a beer.
I can confirm seeing it happen multiple times. Man, what a fun time. The 2000.
You know, that was another thing too, and you even mentioned all of those great names of that 2000 Cardinal team, and you know, it's hard to fathom the fact that was 25 years ago, but also at the same time it was such a great group. I mean, you know, we had veterans, rookies, you know, people were taking everybody else under their wing, and hey, you coming with me? We're going to dinner. You know, the black guys, the Latinos, everybody. I mean, we're all going to dinner as a group, and it really, really was a fun team to be a part of. And then, you know, being in St. Louis and that Cardinal, you know, fan base and the Cardinal attitude was absolutely unbelievable, and it made my stay there so much more happy.
That's awesome, man. A fun team, the 2000 Cardinals, sweeping the team of the 90s, the Atlanta Braves, in the first series of the 2000s. Will Clark, a big part of it, and he hit over 400 in that 5-game series loss to the New York Mets.
He had 345 for the season when he was here with the Cardinals.
Stole a base, too.
Yeah.
How about that?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that was by accident. Somebody must have fallen over. And
even then, you were hesitant to run.
And they weren't able to throw the ball, something like that.
Will, great to catch up, man. What a wonderful surprise here. Our audience is loving the conversation. Thanks so much, and fun to go down memory lane with that 2000 Cardinal team.
It is real fun. Thanks for having me on here. And like I said before, you know, I really want to thank the fans of St. Louis, because they made the end of my career a real easy transition, and I had a ball playing in St. Louis.
That's a great endorsement. The great Will Clark with us here on the Morning After. Thanks, Will.
All right, guys, y'all take care.
Take it easy. That's Will Clark with us here on TMA. I was thinking, you know, while we were talking, I'm looking at the numbers. I'm like, I'm surprised. I think things fell off, I guess, when he went to the Rangers and Orioles. But, man, nobody came out of the gates bat out of hell for some Giants teams that weren't really great. And then that core of the Giants that the Cardinals faced in 87, then they won the pennant in 89. That guy was a force.
Oh, yeah.
And the best-looking swing in the game right there with Griffey Jr.
I saw him play in college a few times at Mississippi State. He and Rafael Palmeiro were on the same team.
Yeah, there's a 30 for 30 on them.
Yeah, man, they were just unstoppable.
That Nolan Ryan stat you gave is
How about that?
I mean, Nolan Ryan, I just looked it up. He faced 22,575 batters. And the fact that, that Will Clark hit 6 home runs, but that's the most a single batter ever hit off Nolan Ryan.
That guy.
He pitched for 30 years?
Yeah.
Like 60s to the early 90s?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm. I'd say his comp would be like a Joey Votto type, who wasn't a power guy, but who had
just a pure hitter.
Pure hitter.
Yeah.
Great use of the word, Jackson. Now go get me a beer.
Get your shine box.
Give me a beer, son. I'm telling you, I wish I would have saved it. He said, can't do it hunting. And I was like, fair enough, no big deal. And then he sends me the picture of these 6 dead pigs. And I was like, holy.
You got them all.
You believed him.
He still does a podcast. And he was asked about they fired some guys in San Francisco. And he said, I'm not in this to make friends. I'm in this to win. I love these freaking World Series rings that they gave me. I love having the World Championship banners hanging in San Francisco. Guess what? If you're standing in my way, I'm going to effing truck roll your ass just like effing Okendo at second base. I'm going to effing bash you. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to effing beat you in the face. And that was was last year.
And he's 60 now.
61 bills.
Yeah.
Outstanding. What a wonderful surprise guess.
I lied. It was a 10.
Yes, nice
I
guess.
lied. Hey, Nate in Tallahassee, suck it.
What about Kwame Nwayuka?
Suck it.
Martin, outstanding.
God, I pushed back onboarding. I figured we had to deliver.
All right, Martin, we'll go ahead to the onboarding. Great to talk it over with Will Clark. Major recommendation to podcast that one. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Everybody wants to have the best lawn in the neighborhood, and you can get that if you employ Green Envy and the pros there to come out and take care of your lawn, as I do. Green Envy only uses products that are formulated for our local soil types, the weather conditions, and turf types. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products. And this is a company that's been around in St. Louis for over a decade. They know what works in St. Louis. With all the spring rain, weeds are going to explode when the temperatures warm up a bit. Now is the time to get ahead of it. Green Envy knows that crabgrass is going to be a big problem. Spring is sure to wake up even the oldest of crabgrass seeds. Crabgrass can lay dormant until conditions are right for up to 15 years. So it's important to get the Green Envy people out there and deploy their special crabgrass preventer that will help make your lawn look like a fairway on a nice golf course. Their program has no hidden fees, no contracts. They're open Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. Take your calls and answer questions at 636-655-3689. The website is greenenvylawns.com.
Not the kid from Home Improvement. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Fresh off of Will Clark joining us as the surprise guest. If you didn't get a chance to hear that interview, I would recommend going back and watching it on YouTube or via the Schaefer Door Company podcast here on TMA. It's 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. You are welcome to participate in the conversation in a myriad of ways by calling in 314-974-0101, texting in 314-399-9646, or emailing for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way in about 10 minutes. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Mentality is a longtime sponsor on TMA. If you are dealing with low energy, if you're dealing with a lot more fatigue than normal, if you're putting on weight, muscle loss is noticeable even though you're working out. Maybe you're putting on more belly fat. These are symptoms of low testosterone. That's where Mentality can help you out. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, and that ensures that your treatment is tailored to your body. That is an important distinction. I have been tested at Mentality, so I can speak to the process being very easy, in and out in 20 minutes. It's Mentality. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio and find out how to book an appointment or find an offer or limited time deal at Mentality. It's Mentality, mentalityhealth.com/radio. Jackson, you do not remember Will Clark. You were your first baseball team that you remember 2006. So born in 1998, that'd be like me remembering the 78 or 79 Cardinals, and I don't have anything on that.
Yeah, I remember going to games prior. Like I remember going to games at Busch too. But the first full season that I remember, and I think a major reason on that is because of the World Series championship, was 2006. I'm 8 years old. You know, it's kind of prime time to be loving baseball.
Absolutely.
Oh, sure.
And when you get to grow up with the best baseball player in the world playing 15 minutes from your home, it makes for, and a world championship is the first season you remember, makes for a pretty good upbringing.
In addition to Corey Patterson, the Cardinals also had Albert Pujols.
Yep.
Right. You were talking about Patterson?
Hector Luna.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We sat right behind, we sat in left field. So
best in the world.
We got to see him. I would see him sometimes take his glove off and start flipping it around in between, pitches. And I was like,
he was nervous.
I was like, Dad, should I do that? He goes, if you ever do that, you'll never play baseball again.
Oh, he was going to take you right off the team.
Yeah.
Doug, they just announced their top 25 for next season's college basketball.
You can't do that.
ESPN has it. I'm looking at it. This is Jeff Borzello just announced the top 25 for college basketball.
Did he?
Who do you think's number one?
Houston.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow. Look at you. I guess you looked at it.
I'm looking right at it right now.
No!
Yes.
What?
My computer just went dead. Did you do that?
What did I do?
Why would
I don't know. It's the first time it's ever gone dead. As soon as I did that, the computer just went dead.
because they know it's a guessing game and you're ruining it.
Games.
Yeah. That's an integrity computer.
Well, then you have Glenn Robinson and Purdue. They're at number 2.
Robinson back.
It's big dog.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, Denny Crum and what he's doing at Louisville. He's at number 3. And then UConn with the delightful Danny Horley.
Okay.
Be in the Final Four.
Oh, no. Anybody but him. It was a delightful Final Four not having Hurley there.
Michigan is in there. They're number 5. Kentucky 6. Arkansas at 7. Duke losing Cooper Flag, number 8. St. John's 9. UCLA 10. Missouri not ranked. Illinois not ranked. Doug.
Okay.
And the Billikens dot ranked.
And where did you say Florida is?
Jackson? I don't know if Florida's 19.
You don't think that they'll be able to entice a few transfers now?
I think that they would.
Yeah, I would say.
I would think that they would.
It doesn't change that they're ranked 19th.
It does change. Everything will change after the transfer portal does its thing.
The top prospect's going to BYU, strangely enough. So
nice humble brag that Pools was your neighbor from the 3 and 4.
I said that I got to see him play 15 minutes, meaning Busch Stadium, about 15, 20 minutes from where I grew up.
Well, but you grew up in the Ladue area, and he probably lived close to that.
I grew up in Olivet.
Very close to Ladue. Very close to
I don't know where Albert lived, but that wasn't what I was referring to.
Oh.
More so that as a kid, you kind of take that for granted that, the best player in the world plays for your baseball team. And it's not like we're living in New York or LA.
No.
So pretty awesome, pretty awesome. Made up for the crummy football team I got to watch growing up.
I haven't gotten a single text read since requesting a name change. Jackson, you screw something up, or does Timmy lack integrity to the new names?
I don't like the attitude. Block him.
Toothless bottom boy.
Block him. I'm going to suspend him. I didn't like the attitude. Tim's...
Oh, I changed that like yesterday.
Toothless bottom boy has been suspended a period of 2 days' time, and I'm going to hit him with a 20% tariff on top of
You
that.
got to use tariff the man.
Yeah, if he disappointed me at 40%, I'm going to send him a 20% tariff.
That's your ratio,
yes.
I see.
Tim's toothless bottom boy.
Just for the record, boy is spelled with an I instead of a Y.
Boy.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and tariff.
Doug, are you taking trivia questions?
Okay.
I was kind of curious who the Cardinals gave up when they got Will Clark that year. Do you remember who the Cardinals?
Oh, I actually I can go into... I'm gonna fire a puck on that really kind of Owen Nolan Roman Turek, so it's not high probability. Chris Richard?
Not Chris Richard.
Can we have initials, please?
J.L.
Jose Leon?
Correct.
Jose Leon.
I think I watched him play when I was in Arkansas the year before. That was where the Cardinals' AA affiliate was at the time, the Arkansas Travelers. Chris Richard, I saw him hit one out onto the interstate beyond the ballpark at War Memorial Stadium.
That was the stadium where if they really got a hold of
hit it
one.
onto the interstate. I mean, it's one thing to hit it in the San Francisco Bay.
Yeah, seriously.
There's just guys on canoes.
Could you imagine driving and all of a
there
sudden...
comes a ball.
and it's a live ball, too.
I saw Stubby Clapp on that team. He was playing for that team. Yeah, the Arkansas Travelers, Doug.
I suppose it's not a highway, but you could still get hit in your car at Fenway Park if someone hit one over the monster.
For sure. But don't they close that street down behind? Same with Wrigley.
Same with Waveland and Sheffield.
Wrigley,
Yeah, right. Yeah. They shut it down so that... But you could be standing out there and just get plopped with one.
The legend says that in 26, Babe Ruth hit one over the pavilion in right field, bounced off Grand Avenue, and broke a window of a car dealership.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
well,
that's the story. Whether it really happened, I don't know.
Wasn't it just like some guy in the press box, like he hit it 700 feet?
Well, the place was packed. There would have been a sellout crowd there. It was still a big deal.
No,
So
I'm not
they
saying
weren't
it's
just
not
making it up completely.
I know, but it was before the era where they were somewhat accurately recording measurements for home runs. They're like,
oh, it's probably
the Babe hit it 5,000 feet. He hit it a mile.
I think they still somewhat accurately record distances of home runs.
Oh, yeah.
They just look at it and say, oh, that went 438 feet. Really?
Albert did not live in Ladue. He lived out west in Glencoe, very near me when I lived out there 4 years ago, Doug. That's Sharon and Clayton. Okay. I guess she's also in Maui, Michigan, and Sanibel and Glencoe.
Formerly of Glencoe. Okay.
So she wanted the audience to know that she lived next to Albert Pool.
All right. Well, I don't doubt it. She's got all these vacation homes.
Yeah.
Well heeled.
She has diversified her real estate portfolio, and it is strong to quite strong. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? Couple games already under the belt for the Battlehawks. It's a pair of wins. That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for the 2025 season. And Lee's famous recipe chicken wants you to be part of it with their new St. Louis Battlehawks box. Let me give you the lowdown of what comes in that Battlehawks box. You get 4 hand-breaded famous chicken strips from Lee's. You get an order of potato wedges and 2 dipping sauces. Me personally, I like the Chipotle Ranch. You can add a drink for just $1. All of this $8.99. Again, drink for just $1. Savings like crazy. And on top of that, you get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawks tickets. That's right. You heard me correct. 30% off Battlehawks tickets with the purchase of this box, meaning tickets are starting at just $14 to see your Battlehawks. So get game day ready with the Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any of the 15 St. Louis area Lee's famous recipe chicken locations. And remember that caw is the law. This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. You were wondering about that Kings-Pistons game last night? Well, I got you. 127-117 in order of the Kings. Light the beam. Zach LaVine, 43 points. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Is this going to be part of Doug's Real Housewives of TMA? He's going to have to negotiate with Queen Bee?
End credits, I was thinking.
And Hove?
End credits.
It's going to be expensive just to get the rights to play the music.
We'll have some big backers.
Okay.
Famous last words of a startup going nowhere. No strategy to manage expenses.
No.
No strategy to generate revenue.
No.
No strategy for capital. But, Doug, we will have some big back.
Sounds like some radio stations where we used to work.
But I do believe in it.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And for my money, Dr. Brandon Pryor also is presenting it because he is a loyal TMA sponsor, and he's got a great deal going on for our listeners at 100westdental.com. If you are interested in Invisalign, mention my name, and you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. If you're on the fence about getting Invisalign, what they have as part of their incredible assortment of technology is a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with the procedure. It's online at 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100. Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental on Manchester in Baldwin. No phone call is needed to get in to see them. Just check the calendar online for availability and then just book right then and there. It's 100westdental.com. No dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100westdental.com. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in a matter of moments, so send yours in. Current standings right now: JV golf coach, self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, Buck Swope, and Brian, all with one win apiece. Doug, Brian with one win apiece.
Okay.
I think JV golf coach might have 2 wins.
Why are the standings always off?
I call them fixtures.
Sometimes I hustle out of here, and so it's like...
Where do you got to go? To St. Louis for a tea time today?
Yeah, I like to hit at least a small bucket before I play.
He's playing 36 at St. Louis Country Club today.
Really?
Yep.
I mean...
You had to hustle out for Spread Zone yesterday.
Yep.
That's right.
Where he gave people a Spread Zone 14-2 on his picks.
Yeah, I went...
We're doing the Masters tomorrow.
I don't know if I have much to offer. I mean, I love talking Masters and golf, and so I just don't know if it's not going to be the same level of me with college hoops, you know.
So you're saying people shouldn't necessarily tail you. Like if they would have put $100 on every one of your picks, people are sitting here with sick profit, probably buying homes in Huntley.
For sure. I would say basketball betting is vastly different than betting on golf. You're looking for value and long shots and this, that, the other. Whereas in basketball, it's like, well, it's either going to be Florida covering or not covering, you know. And
Doug, do you think this is Kevin Yu's year to put the green jacket on?
I don't know whose year it is. Whoever putts the best, probably.
I just want to...
strokes gained approach, actually, is the metric that is indicative of success, not necessarily putting.
Okay. Do we have a weather forecast for
I'm glad you asked, Jackson. Colder conditions in Augusta, Georgia for the Masties. Not to say that it's St. Louis cold, but colder for Augusta National. And why, Doug, does that open up the field? Because the last time we had a chilly Masters was going back to 2007, and that's when Zach Johnson stunned the field.
Yeah, God, that was weird.
Okay.
Rory McIlroy, could it be his time? Rory, of course, enjoys a softer golf course, and why it rained all day yesterday in Augusta, maybe softening up those greens for the Irishman. Could it be his time to complete the career Grand Slam?
I don't know. I'd say Scotty Scheffler. He's the best player, right?
Why don't you join Spread Zone with that kind of analysis?
He's the one most likely to win. The best player is the one most likely to win.
Why do you hate Kevin Yu?
I don't hate you or anyone like him. I just know that usually, if you're talking percentages, the percentage bet would be the best player, and that's Scotty Scheffler.
It looks like it's going to be sunny all 4 days. That's all that matters to me.
The temperature's in the low 60s.
Yeah, but viewing on television, I want Augusta to be green and beautiful and the sun out, and then like for the British Open, cold and gray
Windy.
and wet. Yeah, I want all of that.
Tim, you know way more about this stuff than any of us, obviously.
Yeah, combined. Actually combined.
Shane Lowry, you like him this week at all?
I do like Shane Lowry. He's in form. I do like Shane Lowry. 8,800 on DraftKings, by the way. If you're interested in a value, Doug. That's a good value. I'm just saying you're paying $12,200
I'm not paying that.
for Scotty Scheffler.
Top 25 finishes 4 out of the last 5 years at Augusta, Doug.
Okay.
He likes the course. That's a course where course history can be indicative of play. Look at Colin Morikawa and his trends. But, of course, this is Kevin Hughes here.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Tommy Fleet. What you do is you just list everybody in the field, and then like Sports Talk Radio host, you go, and of course, as I told you on Tuesday, take a listen. And then we have a 3-second soundbite where I give the guy's name.
Right.
Or you don't even do that, and then like come Monday of next week, be like, well, I talked about loving Tommy Fleetwood all week, even though there's no source of that.
Of course, absolutely.
He was on my other team.
Yeah, that's what you do. Let's see what we got here. Doug, you're going to tell us about Design Air because they're the sponsor of the email of the day.
You're talking about all these golfers. The name you need to know is Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. You have any kind of problem with your air conditioner this spring and summer or the furnace, if it gets cold again, you know that Design Air Heating and Cooling is the company that you need to have on your contact list so you can call them toot sweet whenever you have a problem. Or even if you just want regular maintenance work. That's what I've had them do at my house. Seth or one of his technicians will come out. They've been doing this a long, long time. They've been in business since 1904. It's a fourth generation St. Louis business, so you know they're doing it right. And they've been a longtime supporter of this show. In fact, they're the longest advertisers we've got. We certainly appreciate that. They're best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty. They will never try to sell you something that you don't need. They just want your air conditioner, your furnace to work right, and that's what they do. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. For all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com.
Time for the email of the day, brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Hey. Greetings and salutations, gents. This Real Housewives of TMA is really gaining traction. We definitely need the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom just to see her husband's 48-inch waist and 28-inch inseam waddle around like an oblong egg while she hits on Doug.
On me?
Aren't you going to be behind the camera?
Yeah, I'm not going to be on it. This is the Real Housewives.
Yeah, you're Andy Cohen.
I'm just a producer.
Right.
The cards are looking great. We have a catcher playing first base who can't hit, an injured catcher who cannot catch but can hit and probably should play first base.
Yeah.
A right fielder who should either be playing third base or first base, and a second baseman who probably should either be at third base or full-time DH. We have several high-priced pitchers who cannot pitch, but will continue to because, hey, the contract plays, so things are going well here for the Birds on the bat. Doug threw the Baldwin beer bitch off with his greeting of hello, Baldwin, as opposed to the preferred hello, bitch. I think the Blues loss last night might have thrown him off. Now we need to get hot again to win a baby. Doug, did your son take the whole 3 months off for paternity leave? The family leave nowadays is ridiculous. Like when our last transportation secretary, Mayor Pete, took 2 months off and no one noticed when his husband gave birth to twins. Sorry, pal, is that your favorite mediocre politician? Is Martin's onboarding ever going to end? He reminds me of my grandfather because he keeps telling the same stories over and over again. We get it. You know a lot of famous people. Gotta go. Go Blues. That's Dave, and he's in a O'Fallon.
Dave in O'Fallon.
Hey, you guys. Welcome to day one of 18 Holes of Chunk. As the head greenskeeper and course designer of the St. Louis Hills Country Club, I'm about to shake things up. We're diving into 2 holes a day, and trust me, it's going to be a wild ride. First off, our flags will be the classy cardboard side panels from Busch and Busch Light 30-packs scavenged from Seamus McDaniel's trash, because nothing says top-tier golf course like recycling. Normal Busch Light packaging, that means you're smack dab in the middle of the green. Camo packaging, you're in the back, probably hiding from most our members because they are too short to see over the lip of the green. And Busch Original, it's right there front and center. Now, let's talk about our first hole. Number one, not just because it's the first hole, but because it's dedicated to our main man, Tim McKernan, the number one in all of our hearts. The beauty will be a drivable par 4, where no matter how badly he screws up, Tim gets a solid 1 on it. Picture this, an island green surrounded by sand, because let's be real, Tim's not losing strokes to water. That would be cruel.
Okay,
now,
wrap it up.
on to the second hole. Number 6. Why? Because Tim's favorite number is 6, obviously. This will be a short, hard dogleg par 4, just 169 yards of pure adrenaline. 100 because of the number 1 for Tim, and 69 because who doesn't love a little action with one of Tim's favorite things? The green will be lopsided to the exact same shape, angle of Tim's head. Stay tuned for more shenanigans tomorrow. Who knows what kind of chaos we'll unleash next? That's from Chunk, and he's in the Chuck.
Chunk in the Chuck.
A green shaped like Tim's head.
Yeah.
That's pretty
That'd
funny.
be tough, because if you hit on the left side, it's just going to roll off.
It all breaks towards the eyeball.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Blues had their winning streak snapped up in Manitoba against the team Libby Jack calls wins per game. The Cardinals lost their 4th in a row in front of a handful of fans in Pittsburgh as the rotation of Sonny Gray plus 4 number 5 starters are who we thought they were. The Houston Cougars have nothing to hold their heads down about except the fact that they couldn't get a shot off during their final possession and gave away this national championship game. But I think the lead is that Doug doesn't eat fries out of vending machines. Ours is a type of presentation where a long-winded 50-something married man who likes to sit around watching people get carry out feels free to drop in at any time and explain what a bad idea it would be to have a show where women just rambling incoherently without a point by rambling incoherently without a point before clarifying that he doesn't watch people carry out at Biggie's because he's a simpleton. He does it because he doesn't like to drink alone. That's from Buck Swope, and that's who we have. For the Design Air Heating and Cooling, give me that. What you got?
Well, I thought Buck Swope was good, but I kind of like the leadoff hitter, Dave and Mo Fallon. I'm going to vote for Dave and Mo Fallon.
He attacked Mayor Pete Jackson.
Yeah, he's got me questioning that Cardinals Blues futures bet a little bit when he put the lineup in perspective, but I'm going Dave and Mo Fallon as well.
Okay.
Buck Swope.
I go Buck Swope as well, and I've been told that if
Congratulations.
there's a tie and I vote for the tie, Buck Swope says I.
Dang nabbit, Lucas!
Tie goes to Tim.
That's not right.
Actually, I changed my vote. I go with Tim.
Dang nabbit, all yous!
Congratulations.
I think that's the system.
Yeah, but that was the best email, to be honest.
In your opinion.
Yeah.
That's fair.
BK and Ferrari are up next. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.